It's in.
Test.
Good evening.
There's so much I haven't heard already from anywhere.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to call the regular meeting of the Milton City Council for Monday, April 8th, 2024 to order. The city strongly recommends that you review tonight's agenda carefully, and if you wish to speak on any item on the agenda, then please bring your comment cards to the clerk as soon as possible. While the Milton rules allow a speaker to turn in their comment card up until the clerk calls the agenda item, once the agenda item is called, no more comment cards can be accepted. Will the city clerk please call the roll and make general announcements?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before I call roll for the April 8th, 2024 regular City Council meeting, I would like to remind those in attendance to please silence all cell phones at this time. Those attending the meeting who would like to make a public comment, you are required to complete a public comment card and submit to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being called. All speakers, when called to the podium, will identify themselves by name, address, and organization before beginning your comment. If you are representing an organization, a notarized affidavit is required stating you have the authority to speak on behalf of that organization. If you would like to make a public comment tonight, please bring your comment cards to me now. Demonstration of any sort within the chamber is prohibited. Please refrain from any applause, cheering, booing, outburst, or dialogue with any person speaking. Mayor and Council, as I call roll this evening, please confirm your attendance. Mayor Peyton Jamison.
Here.
Councilmember Andrea Veerhoff. Here. Councilmember Doug Haney. Here. Councilmember Juliet Johnson. Councilmember Carol Cookerly.
Here.
Councilmember Jan Jacobus.
Present.
And Councilmember Phil Kramer.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next is the approval of the meeting agenda. Council, I would like to add an executive session to discuss personnel, land acquisition, and potential litigation. And I would also like to move new business item A, agenda item 24-118, appointment of a member to the Milton Sustainability Committee for District 3, Post 2, to immediately follow the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the meeting agenda with the addition of executive session for personnel, potential litigation, and real estate. And also move number 24-118 behind the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and that's just immediately follow the consent agenda. Yep. Okay, all in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that is unanimous. Next is general public comment. Do we have any public comment?
We have one, Mayor. Yes.
Okay. The next item is general public comment. Public comment is a time for citizens to share information with the mayor and the city council and to provide input and opinions on any matter that is not scheduled for its own public hearing during today's meeting. Each citizen who chooses to participate in public comment must complete a comment card and submit it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being called. Please remember this is not a time to engage the mayor or members of the city council in conversation. When your name is called, please come forward and speak into the microphone stating your name and address for the record. You will have 5 minutes for remarks. The city encourages you to review the agenda, and if you wish to speak, to bring your comment cards to the city clerk right now. Will you please call that first public comment speaker?
Mayor, I invite Mr. Isaiah Ike Yancey to the podium, please.
My name's Ike Yancey. I live at 13274 Marywood Drive here in Milton. Good evening, Mayor Jamison and City Council members and Mr. Prokop. I did get a response of sorts from GDOT today, but it was just general comments. I've lived in Milton for 20 years. For about 18 years, our subdivision has had a homeowners association, and for about 15 of those years, I've been the president. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about a very serious problem that our HOAs along Highway 9 are dealing with because of GDOT's wanton disregard for acres of mature landscaping and trees, environmental impact, homeowner quality of life, and property values during the execution of the widening of Highway 9. In 2018, I organized a coalition of HOAs to fight the havoc of the widening of Highway 9. At the final meeting attended by GDOT officials, Mayor Lockwood, Steve Krokoff, and the members of our coalition, GDOT agreed to a redesign that would greatly minimize the impact of the widening. We were later shown drawings that we were told would achieve this goal. Recently, we were made aware of some considerable changes at Centennial Village, so we began to look into it again. We were first appalled to learn that GDOT had reneged on all the plans for Centennial. As we dug deeper, we were then appalled to learn that GDOT had reneged on all the plans for my subdivision, Regency at Windward Square. So we asked for stakes to be put out to mark the new plans. And it appears that they put out quite a number of them. In the meantime, we have reorganized our coalition, which includes Regency at Windward Square, Park at Windward Village, Centennial Village, Haywood Commons, and Orchards of Windward. Note that Crooked Creek has a laundry list of GDOT problems, which they are handling separately. What we discovered is that GDOT had totally reneged on everything and completely thrown the revised plans out the window for the subdivisions. The big bully GDOT is firing up its bulldozers and is on the way to Milton at a high rate of speed to wreak havoc on and total destruction of our landscaping, our trees, our quality of life, our property values, and to damage the environment. During the recent Milton city election, every candidate had a plank in their platform about development. In Milton, the term Milton-esque was used to describe what was going to be the standard. And I have to tell you something, I like that term. I think it works really well. But I have to tell you something right now. There is not a single damn thing that is Milton-esque about what GDOT is going to do. Not a single thing. Think for a moment about the effect on property values. A rough estimate of the value of homes in the 5 subdivisions in our group, which does not include Crooked Creek, is at least $350 million. If the loss of property values is 10%, that is a $35 million devaluation of Milton's tax base. And I am being very conservative. With all the traffic literally in our backyards, our quality of life is going to go to hell. The damage to the environment is monstrous. We are destroying thousands of square feet of mature landscaping and trees and replacing it with thousands of square feet of paving and, incredibly, thousands of square feet of 8-foot wide sidewalks. Who the heck ever thought that 8-foot wide sidewalks were a good idea? This is a lose, 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 lose proposition, and the biggest losers are your constituents. So, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, put yourself in our position. What would you think about GDOT putting a busy highway about 15 feet away from your patio? You would probably be mad as hell. As city officials, I hope that you will think that this is something that should never, ever happen in Milton, period. So what do we want? We want a decision-maker level meeting with GDOT officials and other interested parties ASAP to discuss how we can fix this atrocious situation. We really need prompt attention to all of this. Thanks again for the opportunity to present our case. We will very much appreciate any support and any help that you folks can give us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes general public comment.
Okay, we will move on to consent agenda. Will the city clerk please sound the items?
Mayor, that first item A is approval of the March 18th, 2024 regular city council meeting minutes. It's agenda item number 24109. B is approval of the financial statements and investment report for the period ending February 29th, 2024. It's agenda item number 24110. C is approval of a services agreement with American Coach Lines of Atlanta to provide bus transportation for Milton summer camp field trips. Agenda item number 24111. D is approval of task order number 2 with Columbia Engineering and Services, Inc. for right-of-way acquisition services at the intersection of Webb Road and Cogburn Road. Agenda item number 24112. Next is approval of a services agreement between the City of Milton and Roof Technology Partners for a roof maintenance plan at Milton City Hall Fire Station 44 and Police Headquarters and Municipal Court. It's agenda item number 24113. F is approval of a recreation provider agreement between the City of Milton and Market Share, Inc., doing business as Babysitter Boot Camp to provide babysitter training classes. Agenda item number 24114. G is approval of a recreation provider agreement between the City of Milton and Candy News Children's Theater to provide recreational theater programming. Agenda item number 24115. H is approval of subdivision plats and revisions. The first development is Green Park Homes located at 16030 Birmingham Highway. It's land lot 34, District 2, Section 2, a minor plat to subdivide the parcels into two large lots, a total of 4.973 acres with a density of 0.40 lots per acre. The second development is Fire Station number 45 at Birmingham Highway and Providence Road, land lot 847, District 2, Section 2, a minor plat to combine four parcels of land totaling 2.091 acres into one legal lot of record, a total of 2.091 acres. Our third development is Asaya Jalil at 16135 Lively Road, land lot 624, District 2, Section 2, a minor plat to combine two tracts that were previously transferred by deed only into one lot, a total of 1.73 acres, and it's agenda item number 24116. Our final consent agenda item is approval of a software as a service agreement and addendum number 1 with Tyler Technologies for the use of the Resource X priority-based budgeting platform. Agenda item number 24124. Mayor Payton?
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second. Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Verhoff and a second from Councilmember Johnson to approve the consent agenda as read. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Next is the moved agenda item number 24-118. Will the city clerk please sound the item?
That moved item is consideration of a resolution appointing or reappointing members to the City of the Milton Sustainability Advisory Committee by appointing a board member for District 3, Post 2. Agenda item number 24118. Mayor Jameson?
Thank you. I will turn it over to Councilmember Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hereby nominate Francia Linden to serve on Milton's Sustainability Committee. Francia, along with her late husband, Jack, has been a resident of Milton since 1995. During her 29 years in the community, Francia has exhibited remarkable dedication to various civic endeavors. Notably, she played a pivotal role in the establishment of Milton Grows Green, a volunteer organization that operated from 2008 to 2015. In recognition of her outstanding contributions, Francia and her husband were honored as Volunteers of the Year in 2013. Even today, Francia remains actively engaged in volunteering for the city, recently serving as a poll watcher during the 2023 City Council election. Francia's unwavering commitment to environmental conservation, particularly her advocacy for recycling, aligns seamlessly with the objectives of Milton's Sustainability Committee. With her wealth of experience, eagerness to volunteer, and environmentally conscious mindset, I'm confident that Francia will bring invaluable insights and perspectives to the committee. Francia, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your willingness to serve our great city.
Very well said, Councilmember Kramer. Well, I'll open it for a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion that we endorse Councilmember Cranmer's nomination and appoint Francia Linden to the post.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Cookerly and a second from Councilmember Jacobus to approve agenda item number 24-118, and that is the appointment of Francia Linden to the Milton Sustainability Advisory Committee. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. If Ms. Linden will please come forward, I'll swear you in.
That's all right.
I, raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I do solemnly swear and affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully perform the duties of
that I will faithfully perform the duties of
the Milton Sustainability Advisory Committee of this city,
Advisory Committee
that I will support and defend the charter thereof,
and I will,
as well as the Constitution
as well as the Constitution
and the laws of the state of Georgia,
and the law
United States of America.
and
Congratulations.
I'll stay.
Go ahead, that's fine. I'll be in the middle. Actually, we just have to get it. And then here, I can just scoot over a little bit this way. There we go. Three, two, one. And then Hayden, you wanna?
No. Yeah, that's cruel and unusual punishment.
I mean, we could do it.
You wouldn't bat an eye.
Not at all.
Okay, we will move on to reports and presentations. Will the city clerk please stay on the item?
Mayor, that item is a proclamation recognizing the Milton Citizens Government Academy's graduates for the 7th cohort. Mayor Jamison.
Thank you. I will turn it over to Emily Salerno with the city.
Yes.
Hello and good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight marks a momentous occasion as we gather to celebrate the commencement of our 7th cohort of the Milton Citizens Government Academy. Over the course of 8 weeks, a group of dedicated Milton residents and business owners have embarked on a journey to delve deeper in the inner workings of our city. From the police department to finance, from parks and recreation to IT, they've explored every facet of our municipal operations. Citizens Government Academy, or CGA as we call it, serves as a platform for our citizens to gain a comprehensive understanding of the services provided by each department while fostering direct engagement between the city and its residents. Throughout the program, our participants have demonstrated unwavering enthusiasm, consistently offering insightful comments, and posing thought-provoking questions that have sparked invaluable dialogue. I express my heartfelt gratitude to these individuals for their commitment to enhancing their knowledge of the city and for embracing their roles as ambassadors of Milton. I also want to extend my appreciation to our dedicated Milton staff members who have generously dedicated their expertise and times to educate this cohort. Finally, I commend the council and the city management for their steadfast support of initiatives like the Citizens Government Academy, which serve to cultivate strong relationships and nurture our sense of community. But before we proceed, I'd like to have the honor of introducing our class spokesperson, Tracy Butler.
Good evening, Mayor Jamison, City Council members, staff, and Milton residents. I'm Tracy Butler and honored to speak on behalf of my fellow classmates of the 2024 Citizens Government Academy. During the 8-week course, we had the opportunity to experience firsthand 8 different departments that truly are the backbone of the city. Each department took the time to share their distinctive responsibilities that help make our beautiful city thrive. And it was indeed an eye-opening experience to see all aspects of what happens behind the scenes. Thinking back over the 8-week course, there was so much information shared. However, there were some honorable mentions that we would like to highlight. the Public Works Department, gravel road maintenance, regular pavement maintenance, the fire department, city fire strategic plan, a plethora of parks available to the citizens, information citizens, services that support every department in the city, an abundance of community events, our unique recycling programs, the glass, plastic, film, electronics, household batteries, plus the 2 volunteer drop-off locations, and so much more. These areas shared are just a glimpse of what makes Milton a thriving and inviting city. Needless to say, these last 8 weeks have been jammed-packed with a wealth of information. And at this time, I would like to ask for the 2024 Citizens Government Academy class to please rise.
Wow.
We would like to take this time to personally thank Emily Solero, sorry, messed up, for her timeless dedication and commitment to the Citizens Government Academy. We appreciate her attention to detail and organization of the program. Finally, thank you, Mayor, City Council, and staff for allowing your residents to learn more about our wonderful community. It takes a lot of departments to work together to make our city the best. It was indeed an honor to be a part of the 2024 Citizens Government Academy. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Butler and everyone in the 7th cohort of the Citizens Government Academy. I find it fitting that we're going to honor you tonight as well. You know, how to learn about city government. You know, we have land acquisition, we have alcohol hearings tonight, we have a lot going on. And so we appreciate everything that y'all have done, taking a lot of time out of your lives to learn about our city. And so with that, it is my honor to read this proclamation. Whereas the Citizens Government Academy program began in 2018 to harness this energy, curiosity, and commitment to Milton for the benefit of attendees and the city as a whole. And whereas scores of students since then have gotten a deeper behind-the-scenes perspective about the people, policies, philosophies, and processes involved in Milton's municipal government. And whereas these include those belong to the CGA's 7th cohort, which spent 8 weeks earlier this year diving deep into all aspects of Milton's government. And whereas leaders from every Milton department shared insights, led hands-on activities, and answered questions posed by these engaged CGA members. And whereas sessions took place at several city facilities, offering a fuller sense of where things happen in Milton, along with what happens there. And whereas CGA students have routinely been focused, dedicated, and curious, as shown in their sincere, salient inquiries and impactful efforts to make Milton a better place. And whereas, as such, they have been outstanding representatives of the citizens who have been actively, passionately, and positively engaged in the city of Milton since its incorporation in December 2006. And whereas tonight they'll join graduates of this program who have become even more well-rounded ambassadors for the city as neighbors, volunteers, and officials. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and the city council of the city of Milton, hereby honor this latest Citizens Government Academy class and thank them for their engagement and service. This is given under my hand and seal of the city of Milton, Georgia, on this 8th day of 2024. Congratulations.
Now I get to read your names. If I say them wrong, I'm sorry. All right. All right. Amy Goldbranson. Bo Borden.
And I'm going to have you form a line.
Catherine Marshall.
I'm gonna have you form a line for a picture. Okay.
Christy Hayes. Claire Dravis. Greg Schaub. Hamang Shah. Itohan Udogi. Jeff Galerter,
Emma needs to come back.
John Ing, Kathleen Barkaloo, Christine DiFiore, Lauren Acapelu, Leah Opdyke, Leg Quigley, Michelle Candelaria, Nikolash Ravi, Tracy Butler, and that's it.
Go, Christie.
Oh, you got that works. Oh, no, you're good. Let's see. As long as it's even.
I'm going to get this.
Here, John. We'll go this way now. There you go. Works. Everyone in there. 3, 2.
Can't get everyone in frame. I'll get it.
You can give up.
We're good.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Okay, we have no first presentation items. We'll move on to the public hearing. Will the city clerk please say on the item?
Mayor, that next item is consideration of the issuance of an alcohol beverage license to Suite 200 LLC located at 3000 Heritage Walk, Suite 201 here in Milton. It's agenda item number 24117. Our finance director, Ms. Karen Airless.
Suspense. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have 2 alcohol beverage licenses for your review this evening. Public hearing for April 8th, 2024. The first is Suite 200 LLC, doing business as Suite 200. This is located at 3000 Heritage Walk, Suite 201. They are applying for consumption on premises wine, malt beverages, distilled spirits, resident caterer, and Sunday sales. This was advertised in the Milton Herald on 3/28/2024, as well as April 4th, 2024. This is the location map of where this site will be located in relation to the other alcohol beverage licenses that are held in the city. Suite 200 LLC will be a full-service restaurant, and they do meet the 40% gross square footage requirement, and also the eating establishment required of 50% of its total annual gross food sales and beverage sales from the sale of prepared food or meals. Gross square footage of the area was 4,112 square feet, with a seating area of 1,644 square feet, meeting the 40% seating area requirement. And that's all I have for you. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Is there any council discussion or questions for Ms. Karen? All right, hearing none, I'll open it for a motion.
Here, I'll make a motion to approve agenda item 24-117.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Cranmer and a second from Councilmember Verhoff to approve agenda item number 24-117. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, will the city clerk please say on the next item?
Mayor, that next item is B, consideration of the issuance of an alcohol beverage license to Jerose Vintners located at 13555 Blackmorrel Lane in Milton, Georgia. It's agenda item number 23304. Mayor Jamison?
Thank you. I will turn it over to Councilmember Johnson.
I recuse myself from this agenda item for reasons previously announced.
Thank you. We'll now turn over to City Attorney Ken Gerard.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you. So my task this evening, at least at this prefatory level, is to go over the procedures for how we're going to handle this public hearing. I will say to the council and to those in attendance this evening that this is, of course, a public hearing and will be honored as such, but it is also a quasi-judicial hearing. And in fact, the city of Milton's alcohol code contemplates that the applicant, meaning the entity that wants to have the license, has a due process right to call witnesses and cross-examine witnesses. Now, I will tell you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, that I have worked with the attorney for the applicant this evening so that doesn't have to occur, meaning so that we don't have a full evidentiary hearing in front of the assembled gallery and it takes 6 hours. We have in fact expedited the process by way of a stipulation that basically contemplates, I'm not going to read it, it's lengthy, the clerk has it, it will be entered in the record this evening, and I have signed it, but it is a stipulation that basically contemplates that the applicants have the right to tender evidence into the record because they are creating one. They are creating a record because in the event there is any subsequent litigation or subsequent actions as a result of what occurs this evening, it will be at least partially on the record. And so there is an obligation to create one. The city also gets to create a record, and I will do that during what I'm calling, and this is only for purposes of ease of reference, the adversarial portion of the hearing this evening. But what the stipulation contemplates is any evidence that is introduced into the record will be tested under the rules of evidence if there is further litigation, such that we can wean out any that should not have been tendered in the first place. It's an expedited way to allow myself and my colleague opposite to be able to create a record while sort of reserving until later evidentiary objections, et cetera. And so that's going to save everyone a tremendous amount of time if there is further litigation or action as a result of this. So I hope everyone can appreciate what we've endeavored to do. My recommendation with respect to a procedure is this, that I'll turn it back over to the mayor in just a moment. At that point, I believe Ms. Ellis needs to prepare or needs to present her, I think it's a brief staff report like what you just saw. After that staff report is over, my recommendation is then we have the hearing, the public hearing portion of this, when any citizen that wants to come up and address the council has the right to do that. Then that will conclude, and then we'll commence what I'm calling the adversarial. And again, my word only, that's not meant to make it overly hostile, but the adversarial portion of the hearing. What I contemplate in that respect is that the applicant will have the right to go first. They would have a right to take a long time if they need to put together a real record, an evidentiary record. They have asked me, and they have asked for 30 minutes. I think that is very reasonable. I will then, after they're completed, after they sort of rest their case in chief, I will then come up and make my presentation, again, mainly comprised of putting documents into the record with a little bit of argument. And then I believe, Mr. Mayor, that due process demands that the applicant does have the last word. I would contemplate a short closing, 5, no more than 10, something along those lines. At that point, Mr. Mayor, it'll be turned back over to the council for deliberation and a motion. Does that make sense to the council, everything I'm saying? All right, so at that point, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you, to Ms. Ellis.
Okay, Ms. Ellis.
Good evening. Our second ABL for this evening is Jim Rose Corporation, doing business as DeRose Vintners. This is, he's Jim Rose Corporation, doing business as DeRose Vintners, located at 13555 Blackmorrel Lane. The application is for a farm winery. It has been advertised numerous times between October 26, 2023 to April 4th, 2024. This is the location of where the farm winery will be located on the premises. And just a brief definition of farm winery license, since these don't come up very often. This is per section 4107 of the city's ordinance. Farm winery or Georgia Farm Winery makes at least 40% of its annual production from agricultural produce grown in the state of Georgia. It's located on premises, a substantial portion of which is used for agricultural purposes, including the cultivation of grapes, berries, or fruits, to be utilized in the manufacture or production of wine by the winery, or is owned and operated by persons who are engaged in the production of a substantial portion of the agricultural produce used in its annual production. They will conduct tastings in a tasting room on premises of the farm winery, whereas the premises shall be limited to the tasting room and 20 feet beyond the tasting room in all directions. They would be authorized to sell Georgia wine and wines produced or shipped from out of state as permitted under state law in an approved tasting room at its premises by the package or for consumption on premises. Farm winery must also be in compliance with city ordinance requirements regarding architectural and zoning standards per section 421 of the city code. They would be prohibited from selling distilled spirits or malt beverages by the drink or package. And all wines sold at retail by a farm winery shall have levied thereon the excise tax that applies to wholesalers, having a duty to keep accurate records as to what is sold at retail and what is sold at wholesale. This is a copy of the current application that was tendered to the city on June 8th of 2023. This is the zoning conditions that were approved back on May 10th, 2021, when the farm winery was as of right use. This is a continuation of that same document. And this is just a small map of the proposed tasting room under Milton Code of where it should be located. It has to be more than 50 feet from the residential property lines and the parameters of that proposed tasting room. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any
You're
questions?
welcome.
Any questions for Ms. Ellis? Okay, with that, we'll open the public hearing. Will you please call the first speaker?
First speaker I invite is Charles Morea to the podium. Eduardo Ruiz.
Mr. Mayor, as people are coming to speak, I would only mention that I believe, is the court reporter taking down already? Court reporter is taking down. That's a little bit something we don't have in the city council a lot of times, so I would just ask speakers to speak clearly.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm just coming before you again to oppose this liquor license.
Excuse me, sir. We say your name and address for the record.
Eduardo Ruiz, 255 Weatherwood Circle. I'm in the neighborhood where this winery is at. And I'm thinking that the ultimate goal here is to have weddings and corporate events, which 100 people at a time coming to such events to get drunk and then leave on our streets that has a gated community in a subdivision that has no sidewalks where children and animals play. It's just, we don't really want 100 drunk people driving through our neighborhoods. And that's, I hope you do the right thing and say no to this liquor license, because that's where we're headed. Thank you, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Please do the right thing for us. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Mayor, I invite Allison Idix to the podium.
Hi, my name is Allison Idex, and I live at 115 Gladwin Court. I am strongly opposed to you granting Jim Rosenberger a liquor license at his residence. I would imagine that by this time you have already decided which way you will vote. I applaud you if you have made the decision to uphold what is legally and ethically right by denying this liquor license. If you are still debating, I would like to speak to you. There are others here who have spent many hours in study and research and will address the preponderance of evidence and proof that you need to support your decision to deny the liquor license. I appreciate their tenacity and diligent work in seeking out and exposing the truth. They have accepted the enormous task of satisfying the burden of proof and have done so thoroughly. I realize that this is a decision to be made on factual evidence. However, at times, emotion is the catalyst needed to spur one into action. to take initiative to make the right decision. Without emotion, one does not become engaged in battle to right wrongs, to correct injustice, or to treat others fairly and consistently according to the law. Sadly, this has become a battle. I believe that as a homeowner who shares a property line with the proposed event center, that my voice and the voices of all others in the surrounding neighborhoods should be heeded over and above anyone not living in the immediate vicinity. Supporters who have signed various petitions but do not live within the Milton City limits may encourage their proponents of their respective sides, but their opinions should not be considered when making this decision. Month after month, the homeowners who are residents of this city have turned out to voice their opinions. These meetings are overwhelmed with the majority of residents asking you to deny the license. You have heard so many legal, rational, moral, and ethical reasons to deny this license. Tonight, I have decided to appeal to your emotional side. I ask you to put yourself in my place. Imagine that you've chosen to live in a city that keeps its commercial area separate from its residential. Imagine that you've chosen a home at the back of a neighborhood in a city that strives to preserve a rural feel. You've chosen a place where the city has placed limitations on home building, lot size, green space. You've chosen a home that backs up to a farm. You enjoy the sights and sounds of the horses, the cows, the rooster, and even for a while, the loudest donkey known to man. The emotion, happiness. Imagine that this home shares a property line with the Rosenbergers. Imagine finding out only once a liquor license has been requested that your neighbor desires to create a commercial business in your own backyard, not a barn for his animals, which is what was advertised. Imagine machinery, lighting, noise, and a revolving door of various employees. All of this just a few feet from your back door. The emotion, surprise. Imagine the owner of that business no longer satisfied with the limitation of his enterprise. Imagine him growing the business to incorporate all of the restrictions that are now included in concessions. Concessions that will be off the table should he not receive the license through a vote and has to pursue other means to get his way. The emotion, frustration. Imagine your tranquil home, your sanctuary, your peace has been violated. The place you choose as a retreat to recharge and rejuvenate from the stress of the day is no longer that. Why? One man has decided that he wants to create a commercial entity in a residential neighborhood with disregard to the surrounding community. The emotion, sadness. Contrary to what has been purported as fact, no one is denying Mr. Rosenberger his property. No one is demanding that he not follow his dream. No one is infringing on his rights. All I ask is that he pursue this dream in a reasonable and legal manner in a commercial district, functioning within the laws and regulations set out by this council and followed by roughly 41,000 other citizens of this city. The emotion, confusion. I call for you to do what is legally, ethically, and morally right and to deny this liquor license. Anything less will be acting questionably and will not be in the best interest of those you purport to represent. Do not cheat the community. Do not let us down. The emotion, hope. You have the legal reason to deny the liquor license. Now you have an emotional one.
Mayor, I invite Brian Idex to the podium.
I'm Brian Idex, 115 Gladwin Court. To those voting to approve the alcohol license, I ask you consider what I'm about to say. To those voting to deny, thank you. Point one, please remember my first message to you several months ago. The origin of this mess is specifically and clearly that Jim and the city misrepresented the zoning request in 2021. All of this ugly mess we've been dealing with for months is a natural consequence of that. So let me be clear. Before the 21 rezoning hearing, when I called Jim and asked him about it, he told me the purpose was only to allow him to build a house behind his barn and to reduce his taxes. I not only remember that discussion, but I also have the email, and I sent that to my neighbors right after the call, summarizing that it says that same thing. And I also sent it to the city staff and hope you were able to see it yourself. Of course, we all have the letter from the city with the misleading description saying the same thing about the building, the house behind the barn. Then when Jim applied for the alcohol license more recently, I called and asked Jim why he didn't tell me about the winery in 2021. And he told me he did not have plans for the winery and did not expect the city to ask questions about the winery But the slides shown in that 21 hearing clearly state that Jim is requesting to, quote, produce wine. And he has since told us that it's been a lifetime dream of his. So we did have plans for the winery at that point. I don't know what Jim's or the city's intent were, and I think I generally believe that the best in people, but I have to admit the opposite temptation has been difficult to resist throughout all of this. So if you're voting to approve and didn't think through the impact of that point, please reconsider. Point 2, if you're about to vote to approve, you might have considered whether this is all just a matter of the majority winning. Well, that consideration is too simplistic and misses what matters. This isn't about how many people want something compared to how many people don't want something. It's not about the pure will of the people. We don't need you to represent us simply by polling what the majority wants. That'd be even more of a disaster. So if you think this is a matter of majority or minority, please reconsider. Point 3, you might think this is purely a legal matter. The purpose of the legal counsel is to mitigate the city's legal risk and give you an opinion of how to do that. Realize that what the lawyer is doing when he gives an opinion is, without complete evidence, speculating on the success of 2 potential lawsuits and giving an opinion on which one has greater chance. It involves legal evaluation, but necessarily must speculate on future events and evidence. It is, in the end, just his opinion, and respectfully, I believe we know from past cases that even when the case seems clear, the results don't always align with what the city's legal opinion is. And please know, I wish I didn't have to say that here. So if you think that this is purely a black and white or even mostly a legal matter, please reconsider. Point 4, you might think this is a financial matter. What I can say about that is that the city already spent the money when it misrepresented the zoning in 2021. I expect you don't think you should do what's wrong just to save money. Instead, you do what's right and face the good and bad that follows. So if you based your decision on saving the city money, please reconsider. Final point. You may have considered who is imposing on whom. Be clear in your mind. A winery in a neighborhood will impose a burden on the surrounding neighbors. There's no concessions, there's only room for winery growth, and the neighbors are not only reasonable in believing it's an imposition, but they're also probably more informed than anyone else on the facts of the situation. The winery imposes on the neighbors. That point is inarguable. Maybe the city is imposing on Jim. That is true also, and it is inarguable. But it's also true that the city imposes on everybody. It's actually your job. With the city, it's not a matter of whether the imposition exists that makes it right or wrong. It's a matter of should it. And that's where the right and wrong all comes down to. Should Jim impose on the neighbors, or should the city impose on Jim? The legal, financial, majority-minority issues, they're really just noise. Those chips will fall where they may. But the clearest message throughout all of this noise is this: we inarguably are in a mess, and that mess is the result of many people being misled. So supporting an effort that was born on clear misrepresentation is at the very least misguided. Consider these points and vote to deny. Thanks.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Mayor, the next comment card is from Laura Heinisch. She is in opposition, does not want to speak, but says, I oppose the approval of the alcohol license. It's 13555 Blackmore Lane. I next invite Michael Heinisch to the podium, please.
Good evening. My name is Michael Heinisch. I reside at 240 Weatherwood Circle in the Providence Plantation community. And thank you for the opportunity to address you, Mr. Mayor, and the council. I've been here a few times before. I'm sure this won't come as a surprise, but I am opposed to the alcohol beverage license being issued to DeRose Vintners. I encourage you to do the right thing, both morally and statutorily, by voting to deny the license. Simply, there's no room for any commercial operation within a residential neighborhood, period. You know, be it a wine tasting room, a floral store, a pizzeria, what have you, they don't belong. They would just provide an opportunity to disrupt the placid nature of our wonderful neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call the next speaker.
Jeff Moen, please.
Good evening, thanks. I'm Jeff Moen. I reside at 130 Providence Plantation Drive. I oppose the liquor license at 1355 Black Marl Lane. Tonight, I want to make only one point. It's the same point that Charlie Roberts made to the applicant March 2nd, 2021 at the Design Review Board. The applicant needs to have the written support and agreement of the neighbors. Let me quote Charlie. His question to Mr. Rosenberger: have you gotten anything from your neighbors? Do you have the letters from your neighbors? Mr. Rosenberger responded, no. End quote for a moment. To my knowledge, the applicant still does not have the letters from all the neighbors. The overwhelming majority of the neighbors oppose the liquor license. Returning to Charlie, in quotes, in all of my many years of listening to these things, everything morphs into something else later. You could sell it tomorrow, and then what would happen? I myself would be worried if my neighbor had a winery. Charlie speaking, of course. Our job is to protect the public. I'm worried about the neighbors who have their legal rights. Charlie continues. My position is to say no to this unless you get a letter from every homeowner that says we think this is a great idea and approve. Legally, when you buy into a neighborhood, all of you have the rights of the declaration, and it protects everybody, no matter who comes and goes over for the next 100 years. You are wanting to change that neighborhood and all the rights of all those other homeowners. You're in a neighborhood, not with your own access off a public road. Continuing Charlie's quote, I'm about the neighbors being supportive. I want all the homeowners to agree and express that they know what you're going to do. And they know in the future, if you're going to sell it, it could be more winery. It could become wine for sale with traffic coming through there. The applicant, now this is me speaking, the applicant has not secured the support of the neighbors and does not have the letters documenting their support. Please vote to deny the liquor license and protect the public, which is your primary concern and duty. You've put in place ordinances to protect the public. Please enforce them. Listen to the overwhelming disapproval of the neighbors affected by this liquor license in a subdivision where it never should have ever been even entertained. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Christine Ross.
Hi, Christine Ross, 280 Sweetbriar Court. I live on the corner in the neighborhood in question, on the main thoroughfare, the only road in and out of the subdivision. And I strongly oppose this liquor license. Unlike many people before me who have said, I'll say it again because I've been here before. This is actually my first time here. Mostly because I just thought common sense would prevail and it would be done, because this is a completely ridiculous thing to consider a commercial endeavor in our very rural subdivision. There's one road in, it's the only road, it's hilly, it's curvy, there's no sidewalks, there's children everywhere. My children are grown and gone, but I still am very concerned about the public safety that this would be a problem for. So again, I just want to say that I completely oppose and hope that you will do the right thing and deny this liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Mary Cronk.
Good evening. I'm Mary Cronk, and I live at 600 Hickory Mill Lane. Our Milton neighbors who live in Providence Plantation should be commended for their outstanding investigative work and the countless pages of open records requests they had to scour through over the past 6 months. Their diligence and persistence uncovered the fact that this application for an alcohol license is for a property that does not meet the city's criteria for a farm winery. Tonight, I join with many other concerned and engaged Milton residents and respectfully ask you to deny the alcohol license. Thank you for your time and careful consideration of the facts surrounding this issue and all of the other issues that come before you. Your decisions are vitally important in keeping Milton unique, and your willingness to listen to the residents of Milton helps make this a special place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Kathleen Chambers.
My name is Kathleen Chambers, and I live at 275 Weatherwood Circle in the subdivision that's in question. I oppose the liquor license for Blackboard Drive. I feel there should not be a business of this magnitude in a subdivision. When people move to suburban neighborhoods, they are trying to get away from the hustle and bustles of the city. This license will bring the city to our neighborhood. This is going to increase traffic, thus the wear and tear on our street. This will increase noise in a peaceful neighborhood. This will increase traffic in our neighborhood. This will change the dynamics of the subdivision of Providence Plantation, a change that none of us wants. Your approval of the previous business for their liquor license makes sense because that is in a business facility. It is not in a subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
James Hughes.
Good evening. My name is James Hughes. I live at 205 Weatherwood Circle in Providence Plantation, and I certainly oppose the liquor license. We've talked a lot about the winery. I just want to talk a little bit about 205 Weatherwood Circle. We have lived there for 33 years now. When we got there, 205 Weatherwood Circle was $200,000 builder foreclosure. We had looked at literally hundreds of homes because we wanted to get our daughter into the Alpharetta, Milton area, where we knew the education was really, in the state of Georgia, was some of the best schools. And we tried and tried. Our banker looked at our application and said, 205 Weatherwood Circle. Well, he looked at what my wife did. He says, you're an ICU nurse in Shepherd Spinal Center, and I'm a respiratory therapist at Grady Hospital at that time. He said, I can't imagine somebody who would work at Shepherd Spinal Center in the ICU would default on a loan. He says, this is what I'll do for you, though. You have $700 for 205 Weatherwood Circle. I will give you 3 months to save up enough money, $10,000, in order to get your down payment, which we did. And we took all the shifts that were available, and we were so happy to do it because we're realizing our dream. Our daughter started school 3 months later, Crabapple Crossing, Northwestern, Milton High School, which enabled her and gave her the skills to easily transfer to Emory University, where she is now an acute care practitioner specializing in cardiology and heart failure. 205 Weatherwood Circle is our dream. I still walk up and down the street, and I still can't believe we live there. All I'm asking you is just let us have our dream. When you look at all the people here, a lot of them I don't know. I know they're in my subdivision, but why would they come time in, time out for something that really didn't make a difference? Please just hear our plea. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Hayden.
Hello again, third time. Jack Hayden, 285 Weatherwood Circle. This is my third time speaking, and I'm going to continue with the same theme as last time, the last 2 times. I have access to some pretty good attorneys. I've kept them sort of posted on the thing. There was a full-page ad in the Milton Herald. I sent them a copy of that. I do want to backtrack. I was a little confused. I saw in the initial presentation it said something about a wine tasting room. I thought that had been off the table, but there's been so many promises of we're going to take no weddings, no wine tasting rooms, no this, no that. The common theme from these attorneys is, Jack, if this gets approved, he can do whatever he wants, and they can't stop him. So to me, these promises of deed restrictions, no this, no that, no that, no this, are empty, hollow promises. And I believe he'll fully do whatever he wants if this is approved. And we're going to be the ones that are not the beneficiaries of that. It's going to be we're going to have to live with it. So I could be wrong, maybe I am, but that's what I understood is, the promises just don't mean anything right now. So I hope you will not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Ranjan Datagupta.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, the council members. My name is Ranjan Datagupta. I live in 215 Weatherwood Circle. I was here in February and I talked emphatically against this alcohol license. And I'm not going to belabor that point. I'm not going to rehash what I said because I'm still firm in my decision. But today I'm going to just talk to you guys. There's a reason why each of you are there and the reason why I'm here. We citizens, we community members, and those of us who live in the Providence Plantation neighborhood, we have entrusted our faith, our belief, and our trust in each of you. Mr. Mayor and the council members, I ask each of you to think through this, all the issues that my fellow neighbors have shared with you, the pros and cons and the consequences of having an alcohol license in the neighborhood. Let me flip the script to you guys. I have, for the last 42 years, I've voted every time, every November when there was an election. And we've been asked to vote our conscience. We've been asked to think through our families, the children, the elderly, the parents, and all that, our communities, and do the right thing. You have asked us to do that. Today, I'm flipping the script to you guys. Vote your conscience, think through what we have been saying and what each of my fellow neighbors have been saying to you. Think through the communities you represent, think through the families that you take care of, the kids, the elderlies, and do what is right. For you guys, it could be a binary choice, yes or no. But for me, as I stand here, it is a singular choice. And you know what it is. I do not want to go back and say, why DeRose Ventura should or should not have this license. I have nothing against Mr. Rosenberger. I do not know him. Do I want to know him as my neighbor? Absolutely. But I do not want a drop of alcohol in my backyard where I'm not comfortable in that environment. So for you all, and what you're going to subsequently hear from all of my fellow residents, is for you to sit through all this, think through your conscience, and do what is right. Again, for me, it's a singular choice. For you guys, it could be a binary choice. And you do what is right for you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Laura Bentley.
Mayor, Council, Laura Bentley, 2500 Bethany Church Road. This public hearing is for a farm winery alcohol license. Chapter 4-107 states that an establishment that wishes to apply for an alcohol license must first meet the applicable zoning requirements, Section 64-1845 for a farm winery. The applicable zoning requirement is a special use permit. This requirement became effective on December 20th, 2021. Why was the special use permit created? In May of 2019, we granted an alcohol license to the Painted Horse Winery. The applicant stated that her business plan was for no more than 10 visitors at a time to the farm winery tasting room. During the spring of 2021, the Painted Horse Winery hosted the Uncorked concert series, drawing crowds and impacting neighbors, which resulted in many complaints over which we had no control. This commercial use of alcohol consumption and retail sales in a non-commercial area such as AG1 without land use protections was the reason the 2021 council, city manager, staff, and the city attorney worked for 7 months to create a special use permit requirement for farm wineries prior to the granting of an alcohol license. The 2021 timeline was as follows. May 4th, a rezoning was advertised and approved for the Blackmore property, CUP to AG1 with a concurrent variance. The applicant discussed his future use and plans for a tasting room, which would require an alcohol license. This rezoning did not grant or vest any rights for a commercial alcohol license. May 24th, 2021, a moratorium was imposed on the acceptance of alcohol licenses, LDPs, and building permits for tasting rooms planned for farm wineries, similar to the one you are considering tonight for consumable hemp. This prohibition to not allow permits that could be considered vesting rights was written by the city attorney and unanimously approved by the 2021 City Council. June 18th, the applicant is informed via email by Milton zoning manager that the moratorium impacts his farm winery plans. The link to the council agenda item is provided to the applicant. June 28th, a public hearing occurs to instate the moratorium. October 18th, amendments to Chapter 4 are approved by the council for farm wineries. December 20th, the special use permit is approved, providing protections for all property owners relating to farm wineries. During this final meeting, the city attorney makes this statement in reference to the new special use permit. You've upended the entire narrative by making it a non-as-of-right use. That changes everything. So the only farm winery that ever exists in the future when this council is done won't be allowed. It will go through a process. That process is applying for a special use permit before being granted an alcohol license. This is the law. It cannot be erased. You must deny this alcohol license. The citizens of Milton must have assurance from this council that you will enforce and adhere to our laws. Spot zonings of bars in AG1 neighborhoods cannot happen. Thank you for your service and for your careful consideration of this very important information.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Kathy Cooper.
Good evening and thank you. My name's Kathy Cooper. I live at 14385 Cogburn Road. This is my third time to stand before you and plead for common sense. I support the Rosenbergers' endeavor, not only because it is a gift and an improvement to our community, but because I believe it is extremely important to uphold the principles of fairness, equity, and privacy. It is impossible to ignore the fact that Milton already has a farm winery, with a full tasting room. I'm struggling to understand why it is okay for thee, but not for me. I believe even those here today in opposition should want even-handed applications and approval of laws. Equal protection under the law is not only important, but a cornerstone of this country. You are allowing yourselves to be hamstrung by the unfounded, hyperbolic, slanderous statements of a vocal minority. Yes, this opposition is in fact a minority. Our city council was elected by the citizens of the city of Milton, not by a few dozen homeowners. The decision you make today affects a far greater number of people than one small neighborhood. And yes, I have listened to their speeches, watched their videos, and read their Facebook posts, and many of them are insulting, maligning, libelous, and just plain unkind. The opposition has become like a dog with a bone, and they're running with it. At this point, they're even ridiculously overreaching discussions about limiting how many people the Rosenbergers can have in their own home on their own property for a private function. Does anyone here want to be policed in this manner? Maybe they can put together a neighborhood patrol to watch, listen, and report anything frightening, such as more than 10 people gathered for Thanksgiving. How should they be punished? I do not understand the origins of this fear, particularly when the Rosenbergers have listened patiently to the opposition and have conceded basically their entire venture. No tasting room. At this point, they want only a license to distribute their wine off premise. It is also my understanding that the opposition has steadfastly refused to sit down in mediation or any other fashion with the Rosenbergers to freely discuss the actual facts of this venture so their fears can be allayed. I miss the days when people could disagree and then calmly sit down and work out a solution. I think refusing to even approach the table to talk is a bad decision, and decisions made on ignorance and fear-mongering never lead to a good result. The inconvenient fact is that this venture was already green-lighted by the City Council. Relying upon that approval, the Rosenbergers spent an exorbitant amount of money installing things for public use that would have been unnecessary and unrequired for a private residence. And now, City Council has potentially changed its mind. Will the council be reaching into its own pockets to make the Rosenbergers whole? I don't think so. I think the taxpayers of Milton, most of us here, will be footing the bill for any future proceedings. That's unfair to the Rosenbergers, and it's unfair to the citizens of Milton. I was reading an article today that made me think of this situation, and it made me very sad. 19th century French economist and writer Frederick Bastiat long ago stated, "When misguided public opinion honors what is despicable and despises what is honorable, punishes virtue and rewards vice, encourages what is harmful and discourages what is useful, applauds falsehood and smothers truth under indifference or insult, a nation turns its back on progress and can be restored only by the terrible decisions or lessons of catastrophe." I implore this council not to turn its back on progress and to do its elected job with integrity and fairness and allow the Rosenbergers to have their license. In other words, do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Brad Champion.
Good evening, City Council. I'm going to be very brief. I am here in support of the winery. I don't think any minds are going to be changed this evening. I think
Excuse me, sir. Will you state your name and address?
Brad Champion, 14385 Codburn Road.
Thank you.
Thought I already said that.
Yeah, I might have been spacing out.
No,
Sorry
I
about
might have
that.
spaced out.
Sorry about that.
No worries. I don't think any minds are going to be changed here tonight. We're dealing with a situation where there's already one farm winery that's here in Milton. And obviously there's two very different interpretations of the facts. And I'm hoping that this can be resolved without having to go into litigation that's going to reach into my pocket for my tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Raina Lacken.
Good evening. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. My name is Raina Lakin. I live at 150 Providence Plantation Drive. This is my daughter. We live on the street that this winery, there is one location, one way in and one way out, and we live on that road. At the bottom of the hill, it's where my daughter and her friends play with their friends and ride their bikes. and their scooters, and they walk to their neighbors' houses to meet with their friends. And I am here in strong opposition. I am here for my child, and I'm here for all the children in our neighborhood. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call the next speaker.
Craig Madole.
Good evening. My name is Craig Madole. I live at 110 Providence Plantation. I'd like to start off by reading a little excerpt from an article by Bernd Peterson from WSB TV. He interviewed the Big Door Vineyards up in White, Georgia. This is from 2018. The owner there is Rodney Aldridge. Mr. Aldridge is the owner there, says, sales of your wine will only be half of your income and cover your costs. You have to have events and weddings to make a profit. April 4th, 2024, in the Milton Herald, DeRosa's Ventures had an ad out, said, I quote, we simply want to grow and sell our grapes and farm products. Now, the Big Door Vineyards, roughly about 15 acres, has about 8.5 acres of planted vines. Mr. the DeRosa's Ventures has approximately 1/3 of an acre of planted vines, according to Google Earth. New vines take between 5 to 7 years to mature to produce wine. This is not about growing grapes. Also in the ad, the Milton Herald here, we had our new plan. Again, they've revised their business plan several times. Our new plan, if our license is approved, is to distribute our wine off-site at restaurants, festivals, online, or other commercially zoned locations. As y'all read, the Milton alcohol beverage license details said the farm winery includes wholesale, retail, package sales, consumption on premises, and Sunday sales. Business plans over time change. Their current business plan can be reverted back to the original plan the day after this, if it's approved. It can revert back to whatever they want. Gentleman was correct earlier. They speak of compromises in this ad. However, I don't see where any of these compromises or new business plans have any way of being enforced once a possible license is granted. I did research on 16 vineyards in North Georgia. They all had the same business model. Grow grapes, make wine, bottle wine, have weekly, daily events, weddings, along with bands and music. Every one of them is doing that today. Also in the April 4th Herald, they state, what if this was your business, your family, your livelihood? Well, this is my neighborhood, my family, along with 35 other neighbors and families. We're going to potentially have 100 to 200 vehicles coming through that neighborhood, exiting down one road, coming in and out after they have been drinking. This is a concern I have, my wife has, my neighbors have, the city of Milton should have and must have. Make no mistake, if this is approved, the DeRosa Ventures and the Barnery will follow this model that I just outlaid by the other vineyards in North Georgia if they plan to stay in business. Common sense dictates that you don't allow a bar or a winery in the very back of a neighborhood with one road in and out. This decision will affect the property values of every one of the Providence Plantation houses. There'll be significant negative impact having a bar or event facility in the back of the neighborhood. I urge you not to vote to approve this liquor license. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Laura Case.
Good evening. My name is Laura Case. I live at 325 Sweetbriar Court at the corner of Sweetbriar and Providence Plantation, and at the stop sign. See many cars, we decided that it's just slow to optional pause. That's what they think it is, because mostly that's what they do. And I'm sorry, I call out my own neighbors too. I've called the police, and I'll call them again. And they do give tickets. And I'm sick of the traffic already, but I wonder what would happen if this is approved. My husband and I oppose this. Recently, last Saturday, we were driving to Lowe's and we drove by the Painted Horse. I was like, it is 1:30. There's 100 cars here. My husband goes, heck no, I don't want this thing in the back. They're having a wedding. I was like, yeah, honey, that's why I've been coming for the last 4 months. I don't want this in my neighborhood. Recently, Saturday, my daughter got married up in North Georgia. It was a beautiful day, beautiful event, at a beautiful venue on a rural road. I didn't go through a neighborhood. I didn't bother anyone. We set up, we had a gorgeous day. She's married off, and we all went home. We had to be out by, we closed everything down at 10, and we cleaned up by 11. Doors were locked. It was all done. No one had any DUIs. No one had any problems with our music within the venue. It was a beautiful day. Well, while I'm thinking about this whole beautiful day, I'm thinking about my backyard. My husband gets up at 4 a.m. every morning. There's an event that keeps him up and past, because we go to bed like 9:30, because it would just upset me, because where I live, it's a valley, and you can hear everything. I've heard music from the back. I don't want this. I don't think you would want in your backyard. I have to agree with Councilwoman Carol Cokerly. Quote from December 20th, 2021. We are a city of neighbors. Everybody loves the concept of a farm winery until it's next to them. So I do think we should raise the size. I don't see how you can do it under 25 acres. For example, I'm on 9 acres. It would be appallingly annoying to my neighbors. Thank you, Carol. Thank you for saying that. Those words. It would be appallingly annoying if this liquor license is approved. Please vote no. Please think of us, my neighbors. We do not want this. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Tina Kendall.
My name is Tina Kendall. I live at 310 Sweetbriar Court in the Providence Plantations subdivision in Milton, Georgia. I am opposed to the liquor license being granted at 13555 Black Merrill Lane. I don't think it is of any value to our community. My major concern is the liquor license being granted to the establishment in the back of our neighborhood is the traffic would draw, the traffic it would draw, and the potential for people driving under the influence. You've already been made aware of the fact that of the safety concerns with our windy, hilly neighborhood, the roads, and the lack of sidewalks. Like most family neighborhoods, people like myself walk dogs, and children ride scooters and bikes. My husband and I chose to move here 25 years ago, and always appreciated what a wonderful place Milton is to live and raise a family. When the city of Milton was formed, we supported the idea of forming our own city. Most of what we have seen of Milton's growth, we believe, has been very positive. When you make your decision, I ask that you please consider preserving the quality of family neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call the next speaker.
William Kendall.
Good evening. My name is Bill Kendall. I live at 310 Sweetbriar Court. There's my lovely wife there. As you heard her say, we moved into Providence Plantation about 25 years ago, and we stayed. And there was a good reason for that. And the reason for that was because of our neighbors and how we looked out for each other. We wanted to create a safe place. We wanted to create a place where, parents looked out for each other's kids and they could play together and they could have fun and not be in danger. And although my daughter is grown and she's a senior at Kennesaw State, I still want that atmosphere for a lot of the new couples that are moving into our neighborhood. Because I think it's healthy and it's nice and it's rare these days. So this is the third time that I've spoken to you guys. Yeah, I'm still opposed to the liquor license. And I always will be, because I'm looking for things to bolster our community, to bring us closer together, to help us care more for each other. I don't want cars driving down the main thoroughfare to go buy wine. It's just not part of what I think the neighborhood should be. So I will not impose on a winery and build a house there. So please don't impose on my neighborhood and build a winery there. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
William Spurlock.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is William Spurlock. I'm in my 26th year at 120 Providence Plantation Drive. I'm here to oppose the liquor license. More importantly, I'm here to oppose a commercial business being built inside our neighborhood. We're a very small neighborhood. We have, as everybody else has said, one road in, one road out. My biggest complaint is communications when this all started. This is a letter from you guys, from the city, to a homeowners association down the street. I've been on the HOA board for years. We need term limits for our board, please. But we've never been notified. There were 4 people in our neighborhood that were notified. This says this is a community unit plan to AG1 for a barn for animals. This is where this started. We never got any notices about any winery, any liquor license, anything. The signs that were put up behind a closed gate in Blackmore. We are not allowed in Blackmore. The people that will be coming to this venue will come through our neighborhood to a gated community. When they get tired of people in their community, they can close the gate. We have no gate. You guys are our gate. We're asking you to please not allow a commercial business to be built in our small little residential community. There's only 37 of us there. We pride ourselves in being the witness protection community. We're quiet. You don't hear from us until somebody comes speeding through or crashes into our sign. We're asking to deny this license and the presence of a commercial business in our residential neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Deborah Lanham.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am Deborah Lanham at 220 Weatherwood Circle in Providence Plantation, and Steve and I have lived there for 27 years. Hard to believe. We love the neighborhood, and as Billy just said, which we dearly love Billy and your service, so thank you, Billy. We have a beautiful subdivision. It's quiet, it's small, it's intimate, it's diverse. We've even joked that it falls under a police protection, because you don't always get to know your neighbors. It's that quiet and we're kind and we're there for one another, but it's that beautiful, that quiet, that tranquil. And I am in opposition of this liquor license, and I am really hoping that you will think strongly about your vote and vote against this because of the very fact that when I talk about this, because we have spoken, people have seen that, it's been in the Milton Herald, and we have signs in our neighborhood. What is this? What's going on in your neighborhood? People, the common sense, they just cannot believe that you would approve a liquor license, as beautiful as that property is, that you would approve a liquor license for a business, and the only way in and out to that business is through a private, quiet subdivision. This makes no sense. It is not appropriate. I'd like to just continue to share the fact that, and it's been mentioned, it was on my birthday, March 2nd, 2021. There was an opportunity for Mr. Rosenberger to put out emails or letters to all of us and notify us of what he wanted to accomplish. And it was suggested in that hearing that was setting him up for what he was going to need to do to get through the planning approval. He did not do that. We were not notified. We did not know. And we would have strongly communicated our opposition then. And we wouldn't have to be here night after night, month after month, communicating the very same thing. And that is our opposition to this. It is not personal. It is our homes. It's our investment in Milton. And what I'd really like us all to think about is how are we going to continue to support the businesses in Milton? Let's take this energy and go hang out at Hyde Brewing, go hang out at Six Bridges, Old Blind Dog. Let's help our local businesses that are established, that are here, that want to do the same thing. Have us come, have us have community with one another, gather with one another. So again, I just urge you to vote no. Think about us. Think about what it's like for us to have been invested so long in a wonderful neighborhood to have this concern now in this conflict. It's really unfair. I hope you will vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Steve Lanham.
Good evening. I'm Steve Lanham, 220 Weatherwood Circle in Providence Plantation. Thank you for your time this evening. As I have worked my way through this entire process, I've tried to talk to as many members of City Council and other members in the community as I have. And in one of my last meetings with one of the City Council members, his first question to me when we sat down was, "What's the temperature in the room?" Thought, well, I wasn't really expecting that, but the temperature in the room, I described it to him as best I could, that we were committed, we were invested, we've signed checks and hired an attorney. We were very serious about this. We're not playing around. We're not shooting our mouths off. We're doing serious research. So following that meeting, I started to think, well, how would I characterize the other players in this whole process? And honestly, I would have to characterize the applicant as disingenuous.
Mr. Lamb, just face us, please. Appreciate it.
Sure. I was just distracted by them chattering over here.
If y'all could please keep that down, let the speaker. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I would characterize the applicant as disingenuous. So what do I base that on? I can't just shoot my mouth off without anything to back it up. Well, I would point this out. We've heard time and time again, we just want to grow grapes and make wine. You have less than a third of acre of muscadine grapes and you're going to make wine out of that? I don't buy it. There's something else going on here. So that leads me to think, well, what else supports that? Well, in Mr. Rosenberger's communication during a courtesy meeting with the Design Review Board, they pressed him a couple of times on, well, do you have letters from your neighbors? Yes, I do. All thumbs up. I think his direct quote was, yeah, we're all friends, all support this. I don't believe that to be true. 5 homeowners or 4 homeowners back there, I don't believe, you'll have to check it out, but I don't believe they all have enthusiastically signed up for this. And this project is not a gift to our community. It's not an improvement to our community. It is a detriment. Additionally, Mr. Rosenberger was pressed. Have you communicated this out to the community at large? Oh yes, we've sent out 75 letters within a quarter of a mile. Well, that's true, but it's also disingenuous. There are a whole lot of people on that street, Providence Plantation Drive, Sweetbriar Court, Weatherwood Circle, that are all part of this neighborhood. Now, if you're going to be forthright and honest and act with integrity, you'd tell everybody, not just do the little minimum that you can do to get away with checking the box. I'll leave you with this. Not only do I think the applicant has been disingenuous, I think there's an ulterior motive at play. And I cite this. On DeRose Vintner's website today, this afternoon, 4:30, 5 o'clock this afternoon. If you go to their website, you can read, whether you're craving delicious fine wines and want a special place for a date, a group outing, or a special event, DeRose Vintners in the Barnery can be the perfect option. At DeRose, we offer the fantastic experience you want with carefully crafted wines and fun events that everyone can enjoy. If you'd like more information on booking a special event, please use the contact form on this page. Now, if you're that flagrantly going to fly in the face of what is best for this community and promote yourself as an event space, we've got a serious problem. So again, Mr. Rosenberger could be a fine guy, but I find his activity and his conduct during this process to at a minimum be disingenuous. And I believe there is an ulterior motive in play. And I think he stated it clearly on his own website today. That is up on his website today. It is being promoted as an event space. So I ask you to deny the liquor license application. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Teresa Meeks.
Hi, my name is Teresa Meeks, and I live at 125 Providence Plantation Drive, and we moved here 29 years ago. At that point, Boxwood Estates did not exist. It was just, our 33 homes or whatever it was. And I feel like we had an invasion at the time that they went in and built these multi-million-dollar homes and then put a gate in front of it where we can't drive by their homes, but everybody that goes to their house drives by our home. And so if they invite 100 people for a wedding, those people are going by our houses in and out. But still, if we go to their house, we have to walk around the sign to get back there. I just feel like they don't really care about the way we feel. They go in with all their money and they think they can get what they want. That's the way it is. If you got money, you can get what you want. But I'm concerned because we've been there 29 years and people want to move into this area to go to the good schools. And the houses that we live in are affordable, $600,000 to $800,000. So you can afford that to get into these schools. I'm afraid I won't be able to sell my house as we begin to retire. We're going to be 70 this year, to anyone because they don't want to be in the neighborhood because there's a winery in the back. And who wants their kids playing in a subdivision with no sidewalks, with cars going back and forth and whatever else is going on? It's just very concerning. I'm afraid our property values are going to go down. And another thing, Mr. Rosenberger placed an ad in the Milton Herald last week and closed it by saying that this matter is now one of civil property and privacy rights. He's right, but those rights don't apply only to him. They apply to us as well. And part of the protection of being in a neighborhood governed by HOA is that we don't have to deal with a commercial business being operated where we live. No matter what capacity Mr. Rosenberger agrees to run his business, it is still a commercial business, and one that the only way in or out of for customers, delivery trucks, or whoever is coming to this winery is through our neighborhood. That affects our property rights and privacy rights. Please vote to deny this liquor license at 1355 Black Morrow Lane. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Bill Hosmer.
Bill Hosmer, 235 Weatherwood Circle, Vice President of the Hyperbolic, Ignorant, and Vocal Minority. Sorry. First of all, I want to thank the City Council and the Mayor for his leadership and all the time and hours they've put in, and also publicly thank our HOA President, Sarah Moen, who's just put in a Herculean effort, as well as all my neighbors who put in countless hours and invested their own money hiring attorneys, thousands and thousands of dollars. That's something I personally believe had to happen because of errors that were made at the city. And I know that this will be looked upon by you all and reviewed, and hopefully won't happen again. But I think precedent is important. And when I look at precedent for wineries, I Googled wineries in a subdivision. I found two. One, the aforementioned in White County, Cleveland, which is in a vacation community. People go there for that reason. The other one is out in the Midwest where a winery existed and the owner sold off lots for people who wanted to live at a winery. So I think that's important. If at the last meeting, Mr. Rosenberger stated that he's spoken with a lot of realtors who said this would absolutely increase the value of real estate. Milton has a lot to offer, and having a winery is kind of a neat thing to have. I understand that part. But if you approve this, there's going to be one lot in both subdivisions that's going to increase in value, and 44 that are going to get a big hit. Only be able to selling properties to people who have a propensity for drinking a lot of wine. Okay. Previous speakers have mentioned the fact that Jim's letter did not address it. He could have addressed that. What his plan was. His ad in the Milton Herald stated that their dream had become vintner started several years ago. So this is all the plan all along. He could have come to the neighborhood and said, hey, here's what I'm doing. Let's have a reasonable conversation and talk about it. That didn't happen. By the time we found out, the horse was already out of the barn. He then placed the sign only where he could see it, at his home, in a gated community. So only he and his next door neighbor would see that sign. Who does that? He previously stated that there would be no public tastings. He said he agreed to have only family members and bona fide friends, and an agreement worked out with Mr. Krokoff. I'd like to know how the city or Mr. Krokoff is going to police or monitor that. Impossible. Fast forward this week, Milton Herald, Jim states that there will now be no on-site tastings or consumption. None at all. Is that a new agreement that was worked out with Mr. Krokoff? Because we're not aware of that. I assume so, or it would not be in the ad. He recently taped a letter on all of our mailboxes stating if he loses this fight and wins on appeal, he will remove all concessions and go back to original plan, which would include events, public tastings, 6 or 7 days a week, I believe it was, even though 30 families have been here time after time to express their fear about what this could be for the safety of their families. Who does that? So the optics of all of this are not good from the HOA's perspective and from the people's perspective in the subdivision. I think there's a legitimate concern in our neighborhood about what we might have to deal with or what will happen if he is granted this license based on these past things that have happened. Now, having said all that, I don't know Jim's heart. I don't know 100% of everything that's happened so far. I'm just giving you my perception of what has happened. Jim has come to our HOA events in the past. He's a friendly, engaging guy. His kids were respectful. At Halloween, we go to his house. He has a treat for the kids and a little something for the adults. So very social. I think he'll be very successful in a wine venture, in a winery. But we just don't want it here. So my hope is that the guy who does that is just a guy who loves his wife and their dream and is very passionate about it. Maybe to the point where he will fight for it no matter what. And I don't want to patronize Jim, but who hasn't made an ill-advised decision when their passions and emotions are involved? He may also be a guy who truly doesn't believe in his heart that this will be a problem for this subdivision. Either way, when one man's dream is such a big problem for all those around him who will be most impacted by it, regardless of who he is or his motivation,
expired.
as a person. It's a bad idea. I
Thank
hope you deny him the application, and I hope he finds a better location to pursue his dream.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Gavin Choice.
Good evening. I'm Gavin Choice. I live on 175 Providence Plantation Drive in the neighborhood in question. I'm not going to say much. There's nothing else I can say that hasn't already been said. I think there's plenty of reasons to deny this, both legal, and also, just common sense. So I'm hopeful that it's denied. So thanks.
Thank you.
Gary Buxton.
Gary Buxton, 75 Providence Plantation Drive. So first off, I just want to say thank you to Mayor, Council. Thank you for coming, hearing us over the past 6 months. A lot of you have visited. A lot of you have, given the surprise look when you actually see what we're talking about here. So just kind of, one of the things that keeps being made is transparency and how transparent, this has been the whole time. I think that was in the Herald ad that has been spoken about. So a quick timeline, just, going to try and make this fairly quick, but in August 2020, there's a video uploaded which showed basically a drone footage of all of the beautiful barn that was built on this property in full completion. In September 2020, Jim's lawyers submitted a business plan for an event center for venues, weddings, up to 100 people. That then turned into a winery, likely because you couldn't get a special use permit because there was a special use permit in place for event centers. So likely it got transitioned to say, hey, we don't have that in place for a farm winery yet. So then, and through that process, the public notice that came out, as again has been stated, is for a single family home, a barn with animals. Again, I didn't see any animals or potential for animals in that drone footage. Nothing of a winery. And that's clearly the intent of this Ag 1 right from the start. And I think that's very clear now, because otherwise there wouldn't be this fight, right? He's gotten his home, he's gotten his setbacks. So why fight? Well, because the whole reason for Ag 1 was for his business and farm winery. The whole intent that we were kept in the dark on. So again, as been mentioned, that was the time for concessions. That was the time to negotiate when it was in the planning phase. And then everyone could feel a whole lot of comfort that this was going to be done right. And we could put all those things in place. We could put any, restrictions, tastings. But we see, again, as was mentioned, that even putting tasting in place, that scope creep can go quick, right? There can be more concessions made in the future. And there's just no stopping, certain business and scope creep once it's approved, once the door's open. And then it's also been, there's already events on the site, requests for events. So it's hard to say like, okay, this will just stay in a very tight box of just distribution when all these events keep taking place. And then in October of 23, we were finally made aware with the license request. Oh, and by the way, that initial license was a request for everything: alcohol, beer, or liquor, beer, and wine, not just wine. Again, pointing to that intent of something much more than just a fun venue to bottle some wine. So it's been a 6-month fight. I think, again, the reference has been made that, hey, I have the support of all my neighbors. So neighbors could have to mean Box Tree Estates. Even though my wife and I are not a member of the HOA, I'm in Box Tree Estates. I'm not in sport, so that's one. I know the Piscopos are our neighbors. I won't speak for them, but they've already spoken here multiple times. They're not for it. That's 2. There's only about 6 of us. So it's surely not everyone. And there's no letters on file. Otherwise, we would have gotten an open records request. And when you say support, all you have to do is drive through our neighborhood. There's a sign in every neighborhood, every yard. And if you've seen it, you can see where the support lies, and it's not for this. Everyone in the neighborhood's against it. And that I can say pretty definitively. And you guys, unfortunately, your ears are probably bleeding at this point with knowing that point. And so, the argument is probably going to be made by his lawyers that, hey, we've tried to do concessions and these other things. None's in writing. And again, The time for those concessions was not in 2024 when the power dynamic started to shift out of his hands. That time was to come with very transparent, open arms to the rest of the neighborhood, knowing we'd be impacted by this, and to say, hey, let's work through a plan that works for everybody so we don't run into this mess and we don't have to ram it through council. So like we said, this should never have happened. I can't imagine you guys or the council at the time supporting this with what would have happened. As you can see, this would have happened in 2021 instead of now. And, what we say is, look, just do, there's no reason that you have to have your liquor license at this location. Do it elsewhere. Find a different venue. He already stated in one of the meetings that he'd happily, if the council told him, he'd go elsewhere. So that's all I have to say. Please deny it. Please help us. Again, we're pleading for your help. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jessica Buxton.
Hello all. My name's Jessica Buxton. I live at 75 Providence Plantation Drive, Milton. I have a map for your attorneys. If you haven't driven through there, you can see that we are one way in, one way out neighborhood. I wanted to say thank you to all of you for this 6-month-long process. This has been extremely hard for all of us on all sides. So I do appreciate you guys taking time out of your family's dynamic and talking and listening to us and all the other people in this community. I wanted to kind of talk about some facts tonight. Jim, I saw you shaking your head to your attorneys whenever
Ms.
my husband
Buxton, if you could
mentioned-
just please face
Yes.
us. Good, thanks.
I will do it this way. September 2020, your attorneys sent an email to Rob McDonald. You were on that email. You were just shaking your head to your attorneys about, I don't remember that. She sent an email stating that you wanted weddings up to 100 people, corporate events, and private parties. These are all facts. That was happened, and we found all that in the open records. Fact, and if you look at this that I passed out to you guys, the letter that was sent from Mr. Rosenberger to us says, CUP to AG1 to construct a single-family residence to allow the existing structure, barn for animals, to be in the front yard. This letter is directly from Jim and intentionally misleading. Jim knew the barn was no longer a barn. The paddocks had been filled in, and in 2020, the barn had been turned into a guest house. If you flip through the pages on the stuff that I gave you guys, the first picture is of the barn in the way that I remembered it whenever we first moved to Milton and moved to Boxwood Estates. We would walk the creek with my kids, and this is what the barn looked like, and he had animals in it. I don't go behind the gates. He's behind 2 sets of gates. For all purposes, the barn still looked like a barn when he sent us this letter. What I didn't know is that he had actually renovated it. If you look at the next page, you'll see the video that was sent to Brian Idex from Jim with and featuring the barn that had been renovated. I looked this up, and you can actually see when it was uploaded into the internet on Wednesday, August 12th, 2020 at 9:15 a.m. by Drone Media Solutions. You can clearly see it. Does a beautiful video through the barn and everything. Second page is the other drone video and video pertaining to his house at 13560 that was for sale at the time. At minute 4:17, you can actually see the finished barn, and you can see the 6 vines in that picture. That was uploaded same exact day on August 19, 2020 at 9:05 a.m. On the city's Facebook page, Mr. Rosenberger states that in 2020 during COVID, he renovated the barn. So Jim clearly knew what he was doing when he sent this misleading letter to keep all of us at home and to raise no concern about the fact that he wanted to have a farm winery. He should have had, the letter should have said CUP to AG1 for farm winery designation with a concurrent variance. Another fact is March 24th, Jim states that all of his neighbors are are for the winery, yet does not produce the 10 support letters from Boxwood Estates. As my husband stated, I am in lot 10 of Boxwood Estates. We are not part of the HOA, but we are deeded platted in Lot 10 of Boxwood Estates. When we asked for open records, the city had, at the time, 0 letters on record, support letters. He knew where I lived. He never emailed, never called, never knocked on my door to let me know that he wanted to build a winery. Now, in 2024, 2 years, 3 months past the time that the city so beautifully crafted farm winery laws, you guys did a wonderful job crafting these laws and ordinances and a map showing where farm wineries can and cannot be. And zoning is different than alcohol license. We're here for an alcohol license. You guys must adhere to your own laws. These are your farm winery laws. When Jim filled out the application for his alcohol license, he checkmarked that he read and understood the laws. Clearly, it's out the window for
Time's
now.
expired.
Yep. Anyway,
Thank
you
you,
all know
Ms.
our
Buxton.
opposition. We would greatly appreciate you guys denying this.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Sarah Moen.
Sarah Moen, 130 Providence Plantation Drive. I vehemently oppose any liquor license at 13555 Blackmarl Lane. On May 24th, 2021, the City Council imposed an emergency moratorium pertaining to farm wineries, followed by 2 subsequent extensions that were not repealed until January of 2022. During that time, the City Council worked diligently to amend Chapter 64 zoning and Chapter 4 alcohol in order to protect adjacent property owners of farm wineries. The moratorium, according to the city attorney, was to, quote, prohibit permits that would vest properties. He also stated that, quote, alcohol is not zoning, but a year-to-year permit, and further stated, quote, council retained plenary authority to modify its alcohol code, and anyone applying would be subject to the new rules. The applicant was informed of the moratorium by the zoning manager on June 18th, 2021. Quote, the mayor and city council approved an emergency moratorium on various types of permits, including alcohol related to farm wineries. Unfortunately, it impacts your application for an alcohol license. Then, on July 6, 2021, in response to former council member Laura Bentley's inquiry regarding buffer requirements for by right AG1 wineries, zoning manager writes, the only development regulations for a farm winery comes out of the rural Milton overlay district and are very broad and does not provide much protection to adjoining properties. That is the reason for the moratorium that was passed a couple of weeks ago. Staff will be creating standards specifically for farm wineries, even though they are by right. These standards are the special use permit, Chapter 64, Article 9, Division 5, Section 64-1845. On December 7th, 2021, the applicant's attorney emailed the zoning manager the following. Robin, by my calculations, the moratorium referenced below should be lifted on 12/18. When can we submit our application for DeRose Vintners? Have there been any other changes that I should be aware of? On December 8th, 2021, zoning manager responds with, hi, Michelle. Since that time, we had to extend it a little, but all the text amendments should be approved on Monday, December 20th. So after that, you can apply for the license. I spoke to Jim last week when he called and I gave him the update. Thanks, Robin. Then on December 6, 2023, the applicant's attorney writes, my client asked that I share with you his expenses for 2022 and 2023, which total approximately $186,000 and $285,000 respectively, during which time he was actively engaged with the city in furtherance of his project and uninformed of the new requirement to have a special use permit. The city manager has questioned whether the applicant is vested because of conditions placed on his property when it was rezoned. The moratorium and ordinances amended during that time prove he is not. Chapter 64, Article 13, Section 64-2035. This zoning ordinance shall abrogate any other regulations previously adopted or issued that are in conflict with any of the provisions of this ordinance relating to the use of buildings or land in conflict with this ordinance. This ordinance shall not annul any easements
covenants or other agreements between parties, provided, however, that whenever this ordinance imposes a greater restriction upon the use of buildings or land than are imposed by such easements, covenants, or agreements, the provisions of this zoning ordinance shall control. The moratorium prevented vesting per the city attorney. Council exercised their plenary authority during those 7 months and amended the ordinance to provide safeguards which would protect the community, specifically adjacent properties, from lax farm winery rules. The modifications in Chapter 64 and Chapter 4 override the conditions placed on the applicant's property when rezoned, and they tighten the requirements for obtaining a farm winery liquor license. Despite the claim to the contrary, the applicant and his attorneys were informed of it all, as is evident by the emails I've just read. Council, in addition to all other authority to grant or deny a license, any application for a license may be denied by you to safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Chapter 4, Section 4-42. You shall not be held responsible for licenses that are erroneously issued where architectural and zoning standards were not satisfied. Chapter 4, Section 4-21. And you shall not be liable to the applicant if, for any reason, a license is not issued either prior to the expiration of the temporary license or not issued at all. Chapter 4, Section 4-43. In short, you are within your rights to deny the liquor license at 13555 Black Marl Lane. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Chuck Squires.
I gotta follow our HOA president. That was a go. So my name is Chuck Squires. I live at 250 Weatherwood Circle. I oppose the liquor license in question. I would like to thank the council and our mayor for service to our wonderful city that I am so proud to be a part of. I have a unique perspective on this. I've been in the liquor industry for 30 years. The wine business specifically, I've put on a couple of wine festivals. You guys may have come and enjoyed wine with me during those times. I have worked for enormous companies and import companies and done a lot of different things. And I will tell you, in my past experiences, there isn't a single winery in the Southeast United States that makes wine and makes money making that wine. I'm sure some of you people on the council drink wine. How much Georgia wine do you drink? There is no way that a local winery can make wine at a price point that they would need to sell it at and make money. There is not one Georgia winery, there's not one Florida winery, Alabama winery, South Carolina, none of those wineries make wine and make money. The only way the business makes money is through event space, which is fine. Event space is a wonderful thing. The problem we have here is the event space is located in the middle of our beautiful neighborhood. And I think it's actually really cool. You know, like the guys I played cards with are back here. All of our neighbors, we see each other for different events. We have block parties, and you can see how much we all care about each other. And this issue here has really even brought us together more. So the reality is that the winery will not make wine, will not make money selling wine. So if he is a good business person, which I trust he is, he will develop a business model with the event space like someone else talked about. All of them, all local wineries, which is why that law was passed after the craft beer boom happened in our industry. They wanted to promote local wineries and small family wineries in rural areas. It was never meant to be inside of a neighborhood. These are simply, we're all caught in kind of a bad situation. But, the needs of the many here outweigh the needs of the few. And we are really looking to you guys to stand up for us in our neighborhood. Because the reality is if there is a huge event space located in the middle of our neighborhood where there is one way in and one way out. I'm not sure if any of you guys, I know you guys all live here, have ever driven in our neighborhood. There is a huge dip that goes down, and I have a Ford F-150 and I try to put my brakes on, but you get going fast down there. There is only one way in and one way out. And these beautiful people's kids are always playing there. When I came home today, Gavin, who spoke before, his beautiful wife and daughter were out front watching the eclipse. And that's what our neighborhood is. If you have an event space that's hosting parties in order to be profitable, and I'm sure he's a good businessman and he'll have a good business plan and sell lots of events, with hundreds of people going to an event where the focus is around consuming alcohol, there is going to be a problem. There is going to be a problem. It's not if, it's when. And when that problem happens, who is responsible? Who is going to answer to my neighbors when that problem does happen? So we ask you guys to vote no on the liquor license. Thanks.
Thank you. Please call the next speaker.
Michelle Franklin. Craig Franklin.
Hello, everyone. Mayor Jameson, members of City Council, Councilor Gerard. This is my third time being up here. My name's Craig Franklin. I live at 335 Sweetbriar Court. I've spoken before in opposition. I continue to oppose the approval of this liquor license. As I've said before, our neighborhood has, three distinct groups. There's the Boxwoods group. There's a group that's not Providence Plantation, of which I am part of. And then there's the Providence Plantation that has around 40 homes. Just quick math, in the Providence Plantation, all the numbers that we've seen, over 90% oppose this. 100% of our group oppose this. And I have yet to see one support letter from the Boxwood group. I mean, everyone I've talked to in Boxwoods vehemently opposes this. So just by the numbers, you have an overwhelming majority of people in the neighborhood or who are neighbors here oppose this liquor license. There's a few things to think about as we all go through this, right? Like from the outset, I believe this was misrepresented to a lot of us. It came out as a letter for, a barn for farm animals, and, he did that to potentially change the zoning. If this had been done appropriately, you'd have had all these people here in opposition, back in 2021. So, I think that's an important point to consider, but it also speaks to kind of what precedent it sets, and if you allow it, and then also what message it sends to everybody else in terms of, we can try to do this with the city. We'll say one thing, we'll do something else, and then get this approved, then hold the city hostage, and that get something else approved. Very slippery slope, and it sets a very bad example for our citizens, our children, and it's tough to explain this to my own kids. Like, why is this even being debated, right? This makes no common sense whatsoever. And we've spent months and a lot of money, and we've gone through the open records and seen kind of email by email, thousands of emails. I've gone through them, and you see kind of the theme there, which is, I think Sarah talked a bit about it, Jessica talked a bit about it too, where the intent has always changed, and that's what's very, very worrying. We're part of a very close community. We play cards together. We have our kids outside. It's not a neighborhood where you want additional traffic, let alone drunk drivers or commercial trucks. You just don't want more traffic if you can avoid it. That's not what we signed up for. That's not why we bought the houses that we live in. And so I think those are all important considerations to think about. And as city council, the law allows you, it gives you that discretion. Clearly in chapter 4, I know Sarah's daughter talked about it. I talked about it in one of my at one of the first hearings, and you have the discretion to deny this. You have all the power. That is the whole point of having that written into the rules, where you have discretionary powers based on the situation at hand. Now, granted, a lot of you are not on council or not involved from the outset to see kind of what happened, but with the facts today, you make the decision with the facts you have today and what has transpired. All the opposition that's sitting here, maybe one or two people might come and try and, I heard last time one or two people tried to speak in support of this thing, one or two out of 100 in opposition who don't even live here or in the neighborhood. But yet again, part of the requirement was a written support letter. We have yet to see one, and we've gone through, thousands and thousands of records here. So point being, look, think of kind of the situation it is today. Think about how the facts have changed, the discretionary power that sits with you, and the overwhelming majority of people who are in opposition to this, and hopefully logical and level-headed minds prevail. And so, I want to reiterate my opposition for the liquor license, and hope you guys all do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call next speaker?
Dara Duane.
Good evening, Mayor Jameson, council members. My name is Dara Duane, and I live at 300 Sweetbriar Court. My wife, my children, and I absolutely oppose this proposed liquor license application for 13555 Blackmar Lane. I don't know all the details or history of this situation that some of my neighbors have spoken to this evening, but I'd like to make a couple of points, if I may. If the liquor license is approved, this alcohol license will give the Rosenbergers pretty much an unlimited special event ability. Their website, drosevintners.com, I had a look at it today again. It states, I quote, "Whether you're craving delicious fine wines or want a special place for a date, group outing, or special event." That's listed today on their website. Sounds pretty obvious to me that they want to hold special events at their commercial winery. By the way, it also states on their website, again, I checked it today, that they will have, and I quote, "a unique, one-of-a-kind tasting room." I thought a tasting room was now off the menu, no pun intended. I reviewed an email today from the Rosenbergers' attorney dated September the 17th, 2020, where she states in that email that, quote, "This business wants to hold special events that are private, such as weddings for less than 100 guests, receptions, executive dinners, private wine tastings." Look, the neighborhood does not want this to become a Painted Horse version 2. The Painted Horse has a separate entrance and exit out to the public road. Providence Plantation, our neighborhood, does not. As one of my neighbors just mentioned a couple of folks ago, to get to the winery location, the vehicle has to drive along one hilly residential road. There's one entrance in, there's one exit out, through a bad blind spot at the top of the hill where we've already had accidents, by 22 driveway openings into homes with children. There will be an increase in commercial traffic, service traffic, and I'm absolutely sure special event traffic. Another point I'd like to make relates to the media and the City Council's legacy. As we all know, articles, reports on this topic, they've already been in the AJC, WSB-TV Atlanta, App and Media have run numerous about it in the Milton Herald. I believe there's media reporters here this evening. I think the question, one of the questions you have to ask yourselves is what is this going to say about Milton City Council? What is this going to say about Milton's mayor? If a commercial winery is given a liquor license within a neighborhood in Milton? What kind of future precedent are you establishing for Milton if you allow this to happen? Will you be known as the City Council who approved a liquor license within a residential neighborhood, or will you be known as the City Council who did the right thing and denied this liquor license? It's the third time I've spoken here. I was joking with Craig on the way up here from the airport. It's kind of my, it's on my calendar, first Monday of every month, Milton City Hall. And as I mentioned last month, this will be part of your legacy. Any political aspirations you have, but what the residents of Milton will remember you for as well. On Milton's website, it states, "In Milton, we work together to create a strong sense of community and a place for all to call home. We take responsibility together to provide the best quality of life to those we serve. Through excellent service to our neighbors, we strengthen our cherished sense of community." I use the word neighbors and neighborhoods a dozen times in these comments. Our neighborhood is absolutely not the place to establish a commercial winery with a liquor license. I was late getting here tonight, but I'm sure you've heard that numerous times this evening. I'm sure you've heard it, numerous times over the last 6 months. You have to believe this already. You have to already know this. I ask you to think about the young families, the seniors, and the children in our neighborhood. I ask you to put yourselves in our shoes. Put yourselves and your children in our shoes. I ask you to please vote to deny the liquor license. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for listening to all my neighbors. We do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lawton Jordan.
Thank you very much. My name is Lawton Jordan, 312 Sycamore Street. I'm here on behalf of Sarah Moen, Steve Lanham, and Craig Franklin. They live in the Providence Plantation subdivision. I want to, well, first let me reserve my client's constitutional objections, just get that on the record. I want to talk about one thing, and I'll be fairly brief tonight, and that is that I firmly believe the law gives this council authority to make a decision. I think you've heard in the past, you might hear again tonight, that no, you have to approve this because of what's gone on in the past. And that is, I firmly believe that is incorrect. And I want to read you an excerpt from a Georgia Supreme Court case that talks about that. It says, although the general aim of both zoning and licensing regulations is the promotion of the general welfare, each is independent of the other and seeks to accomplish its purpose by a different means. The fact that a zoning ordinance permits a use in a particular district does not authorize the use there without a license. Now, we are not conceding that the zoning approval has been properly obtained, but these are two separate categories. We're here tonight on the business license. What's happened and as other people have said, the statute gives you discretion to make this decision. And I'll point out that this is not, you don't have to go to the Georgia Supreme Court to see that. It's in your code. Your wine farm winery code says an establishment that wishes to apply for this license must first meet the applicable zoning requirements. So first you meet the zoning requirements, then you apply for this. And that's what we're doing here tonight. The zoning code says the same thing. Applicants have to comply with applicable requirements for a farm winery in accordance with the alcohol code. So you're facing that decision tonight. In essence, the argument being made is that everything else is, the whole alcohol code is a nullity. It's a nullity because of what happened before. You've got to approve it. Don't worry about the alcohol code. I think that's wrong. As many people have said before, the code explicitly gives y'all discretion to make a decision. And I want to point out one thing at the very first section of the alcohol code. I want to read it to you again. This is about the purposes of the alcoholic beverage code. One of the purposes is giving effect to land use and preserving certain residential areas with reasonable consideration being given to, among other factors, the character of the areas and their peculiar suitability for particular uses, and the promotion of desirable living conditions and sustained stability of neighborhoods and property values. This is the very beginning of the alcohol code. When you exercise your discretion, you're supposed to be thinking about the protection of neighborhoods. So we would ask that you do that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Mark Combs.
Hi, I'm Mark Coombs. I live at 13545 Blackmore Lane. And I guess I learned my lesson to get here early because I've been sitting here for a long time to talk. So I will be very punctual next time. Apologies for being late. I've been sitting on the sidelines for quite some time. If you want to know who I am, I've got the most to lose by anybody with this venture. I'm the next door neighbor. It's been a no-win situation. If I'm for the winery, I could lose friends. If I'm opposed to the winery, I could lose friends. So we've tried to remain the Swiss. But I've seen what's gone on to the applicants, the Rosenbergers, throughout this process. They've done everything by the book. I was at the HOA meeting where he was completely transparent with the vision of this winery. I've seen him get vilified with hateful social media posts, naughty text. It's crazy. I lived in the city of Atlanta and served as the HOA president during the Beltline expansion. I saw all the applications and noise that went on with that. Nothing like this. It's crazy, but I get it. We live here. This is all emotional. I have 2 kids. I ride bikes. We're out there. I have dogs. We walk. I'm not concerned about that. If you want to be concerned about something, the woman who says shop local and stop ordering stuff. There are more delivery trucks coming through that neighborhood, dropping off packages and goods that you ought to be nervous about than this venture. This is an honest man. I've known him for 7 years. I'm getting emotional about this because it's just wrong what's going on. So I support the winery. I believe him to be an honest man, and I expect you to do the right thing.
Thank you. Can we please call
Amy Buxton. Amy Buxton.
Hello, my name is Amy Buxton. I'm at 115 Providence Plantation Drive. I'm here today to ask Mr. Mayor and the council to deny the liquor license. My husband, 2 children, and I live on Providence Plantation Drive, and we've been there for about 8 years. We're off the main road, but it was a small neighborhood, and we liked it because it's safe and quiet. We also frequently see wildlife, and they wander through our streets and on a regular basis. And we don't want to deny our neighbors of their vineyard and their dream, but I'm concerned there is a venue built on their property that doesn't make sense unless you're planning to hold events. I know that there has been mention of concessions based on our concerns, but I've also heard that these hold no legal ground. And if any of these concessions change, then it doesn't sound safe, and there's not been any guarantees. We have hills, blind spots, no sidewalks, and we have so many people on the roads that we love to be walking around, seeing the wildlife, and with our dogs. And this has been compared to the Painted Horse Winery, and that winery has already had complaints, but it doesn't go through a neighborhood, and it doesn't make sense for us to have more traffic in our neighborhood. We do have a lot of delivery trucks. We don't need any more, and we don't need more traffic, and we don't need events being held in our neighborhood. So I just wanted to come up here. I thank all of my neighbors for their efforts coming here on a regular basis to voice our concerns. Just please keep our neighborhood peaceful and make the right decision and deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Natalia Rosenberg.
My name is Natalia Rosenberg. I live at 170 Providence Plantation Drive. As a resident of Providence Plantation neighborhood, I'm really concerned that the winery with liquor license will be operating out of residential area because of potential to put our residents in danger. With the pre-existing issue already of speeding and reckless driving through our neighborhood, potential of driving under influence can lead to tragic accidents. Please, if anything else, just consider the safety of us and our kids and our neighbors. Please do the right thing, deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call next speaker?
Renee Columbus. Ingrid Nakar.
Hey, y'all. I'm Ingrid Nykar. I live at 133 Quinn Way. This is a meeting. Jeez. You guys have heard it all. There's been a lot of emotion. There's been a lot that I think everybody in the room can relate to in some degree. I am in support of this liquor license. I think that Jim and Darren have listened attentively to all of the neighbors, all of the concerns, the entire community through the last several years, and they've heard both the support and the opposition to their idea. They've also taken decisive action to address these concerns, which is why their business plan has changed like it has. They've demonstrated their willingness to adapt and compromise by modifying the initial request and now solely focusing on distributing and selling the branded wine at community events and local restaurants. There's no more tasting room. There's no regular visitors. There's no drunk driving or increased traffic. All of that is off of the table. So these concerns, I've got kids, these concerns are not necessarily concerns anymore for these neighbors or the rest of the community. The new proposal aligns perfectly with the spirit of our community, fostering collaboration and supporting local business. By participating in events like these community wine festivals and supplying our local restaurants with their wine, Jim is directly contributing to the vibrancy of our city's economy. They need this license granted and tied to their property under the Georgia Farm Winery Act to distribute their wine off-site, not in the neighborhood. You guys are going to hear all of the legal facts in a little bit, so I don't have to stand here and tell you that or bring the emotion into that because you guys are going to hear that part. But it's all going to be off-site. And that's the only thing that they're asking for now after compromising on all of the other factors with their neighbors because they've listened. I hope that the city of Milton, which I'm incredibly proud to call home for me and my kids, will support their local business and grant them the ability to continue to raise the profile of our amazing community. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Diana O'Boyle. Diana O'Boyle.
I'm going to ask, we're about to go into a quasi judicial hearing, so if we could just please keep the applause and outbursts to a minimum because it's an important hearing. Thank you.
No problem. Hi, Diana O'Boyle, 220 Sable Creek Drive. I'm in agreement with the license, the issuance of an alcohol beverage license to the DeRose Vintners. Now, I understand the neighborhood and the neighbors' initial concerns about tastings and traffics, but as we heard and as we've seen and publicized, right, that is all taken off the table. They need a liquor license to hang on their property, even though there is no on-site consumption or package sales there. So in the spirit of entrepreneurship, I felt the need to come here today and speak my mind and show support for the vineyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Juliet Van Gelder. Van Gelder, I believe. Close.
I think you're number 42, so I'll give Ms. Tammy a break on that one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Juliet Van Galder. I live at 140 Providence Plantation Drive. This is my second time speaking before this council meeting, so thank you for allowing us to speak. I am against approving this liquor license. My husband and I moved here 4 years ago, and we have 4 children. And some of the neighbors that's already came up, we do have our kids that walk to each other's house and do their little scooters in the neighborhood. And my husband and I also walk through the neighborhood, and we do enjoy the wildlife and the quietness. So that is what drew us to the small neighborhood. I do agree with some of the neighbors that have brought up the speed issue. I would love to see speed bumps in our neighborhood. That's another issue. But just wanted to speak again and say that I am against approving a liquor license in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call the next speaker.
Troy Fears. So then, Mayor, I just have 4 cards that I will read. They're and one is from Patricia Kent. In opposition, if concessions of no sales are met, the winery should be allowed to grow and distribute with no sales. Traffic should go through their gated neighborhood, not Providence Plantation. The next is Debbie Spurlock. In opposition, my apologies. This started as I can't read this, I'm sorry. For AG1, how did it turn into a farm winery event facility alcohol license? Once a license is approved, it can revert anything. This is outrageous, and this is a great neighborhood of 37 homes. The next is Pierre Pretorius. In opposition, we purchased our home in Providence Plantation 4 months ago. As with most home buyers, the primary reason for buying in an HOA is low traffic, peace, and tranquility, which is removed if this liquor license. The final one that I will read is Katrina Drudge. She is at 245 Weatherwood Circle. As the old adage, she wants to mention that she is in opposition of the proposed liquor license. Granting this liquor license would be a grave mistake with far-reaching implications. It would open the door to a cascade of unenforceable measures that would not only burden our city financially, but also diminish the value of adjacent homes. The potential for increased noise, traffic, and safety concerns looms large, casting a shadow over the tranquility of our neighborhood. Furthermore, I urge you to consider the overwhelming sentiment of the residents of Milton and Alpharetta. This vast majority of us are vehemently opposed to the approval of a liquor license within a residential area. We have entrusted you, our elected representatives, to safeguard the integrity and character of our community. Thank you for your attention. Mayor, then my final would be the applicant.
Okay. Thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to our city attorney, Ken Gerard.
Members of the council, we're now going into the adverse portion of the hearing. I would respectfully request a 5-minute recess. We have to move some boxes around. Everybody can maybe take just a quick break to use whatever you need to do, but just 5 minutes. I will seek a motion and second for that.
A motion for that?
Make a motion, we take a 5-minute recess.
Second. Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Jacobus, second from Councilman Cookerly for the recess. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. What's that guy's name?
Where is
Charles Morgan.
That's pretty.
Three net cars. We're going to motion to reconvene.
Test.
I'm on.
Attention,
You
everyone,
on?
please.
I don't think I'm on. Okay. You go, girl. Okay, everyone, please have a seat. We're about to reconvene the meeting. I would like to have a motion to reconvene the meeting.
Motion to reconvene.
Second. Have a motion from Councilmember Verhoff and a second from Councilmember Haney to reconvene the meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. I would like to call City Attorney Ken Gerard.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, we did have one public comment speaker whose name was called. He indicated he did not hear it. And I believe it is appropriate just to follow the hearing protocol to allow Mr. Morgan, Mr. Morgan to approach and go ahead and make your public comment.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that. And I'll be very brief. I know it's been a long evening. My name is Charles Morgan. I'm a resident of Milton, been here 15 years. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not here in a legal capacity. I'm here as a friend of the Rosenbergers because I've known them for over 15 years. And I'm disappointed at some of the character assassination they've been subject to tonight because I know them to be very, very fine people. But you all will be the judge of all those issues. I will say the notion about increased traffic I thought was kind of interesting because I live about 200 yards from here. And, there's no doubt the traffic has increased. And as the city grows, the traffic is going to increase. That's just, inevitable. But to me, listening to all the comments, the question is, what is a neighborhood? Stop and think about it. Is a neighborhood supposed to be just clearly defined by lines on a map or whatever? I mean, I think of it a little bit more broadly. But if you think about how many places there are within a 5-minute walk from where we sit right here, restaurants, groceries, all sorts of places. Or just if we were each sent out to get and bring back a sample, like on a scavenger hunt, you'd be able to get beer, wine, hard liquor, and everything. And to say that this is not a neighborhood, all this development all around us, I don't know. If I were living there, I'd feel the same way. But you all are going to be the judge of that. I would just like to say that I've been to the Rosenberger's place. I've had a tour of it, heard all about it. After I did that, I went to the Painted Horse Winery, and it just seemed to me kind of incredible that anybody would consider the fact that the city is allowing a place like the Painted Horse Winery, which I personally think is great, but they would allow that, but not this, particularly when Mr. Rosenberger has been given the permission that he has, and I'll let the lawyer speak about that. But anyway, I'll leave it at that, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Okay, with that, I'll turn it over to our city attorney.
Mr. Mayor, at this point, it's time for the applicant to have their time as part of the adversarial portion of their hearing where they are creating their record. I would ask Madam Clerk to go ahead and put 30 minutes on the clock and then turn the table over to the forum over to Mr. Hecht.
Before we start that,
Go ahead.
can we do two things? One, can we just file the stipulation you and I agreed to, or is it already filed?
Stipulation's already filed. Thank you for that.
Second thing, I may ask, we've been here 2 hours with a lot of comments. I'm hoping 30 minutes is sufficient, but I am not sure. I hope it is.
The only request I would make, Mr. Mayor, if the applicant does request any additional time for their presentation, is that any motion made by the council automatically applies to my presentation as well.
Fair enough.
Go ahead. Thank you.
My name's Greg Hecht with Hecht Walker Jordan at 400 Interstate Parkway Southeast in Atlanta, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to represent the applicant here today and to be in front of the mayor and council. You have a big job, and we appreciate you're willing to go through elective office. It's hard, it's courageous, and it needs representation, and we're grateful for that. We're also appreciative of all the comments by the neighbors. Have no problems with them. One of the things we should say, though, is our clients, Jim and Darren, we think are wonderful people. And they have come with several compromises that will damage their business dramatically and are willing to do it. And they have said, we will take the tasting room off the table if we get the license tonight. And they meant it. So we understand the emotional responses here, but the tasting room's gone. So everything that's said about that is to emote, but it's unfair. And it's not fair tonight for the Rosenbergers to be vilified when they've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars and are basically letting that go when they've already said the tasting room they'll take off the table tonight if you grant the license. Second, there is no event space. There is no event room. So everything that's gone here to emote and character assassin Jim and Jared family is unfair. And it's unfair because they said, okay, we'll take that off too. Third, we asked to mediate with the neighbors. We asked to mediate with the entire council. The neighbors, and particularly the lawyer who came up here today, said, no, they have zero interest in mediating with you or discussing or negotiating at all. We want everything that Darren and Jim and the applicant spent to be eliminated, regardless of all the decisions that have been made previously, the representation to the city, and all the expense they did to beautify this area. There are people who have said, don't do this in an agricultural district. Do it in a business district. Unfortunately, you can't. You have to do a farm winery in an agricultural business, in an agricultural zoning district, which is what the Farm Winery Act anticipates. It's also to rejuvenate agricultural use. There are no concerts. There are no weddings. There are nothing of that. And to state that they are is disingenuous. It is unfortunate that they characterize my client as disingenuous when nothing could be farther from the truth of what they're going to do. And the truth was spoken by one of the citizens who came up and said, in 2021, our client spoke to the HOA at Buxton Estates, which is where the Planning Commission said you should speak, and was transparent in exactly what he wanted to do and what they wanted to do. Again, that's where the notices went. That's where the discussions were. It is interesting, too, that someone says, well, we don't want you transporting grapes. So there's no tasting room. There's no special events. It's an agricultural room. So if they grow potatoes, if they grow lettuce, if they grow corn, it's okay. If they grow grapes, it's not. That's not the way the law works, and it's not a fair characterization. Now, the AG1 is exactly what the zoning administrator said many years ago. It is a license as a matter of right once you get zoned as AG1. And there are vested rights as a result of the zoning conditions that occurred on May 10th, 2021. Now, I'm going to put the notebook you all have in front of you into the record. This notebook will be into the record. I'll also have an extra one, which I'll give to the court reporter as well. You can take in case there's any mislaid or lost property. And the very first tab you have is the ordinance that was approved on May 10th, 2021 by this council unanimously. And please look at the tab that this council in a public meeting approved on the 4th page. Conditions of approval. 1C, to the owner's agreement to restrict the use of the subject property as follows. C, a winery with customer visits and purchase of wine by appointment only with a maximum of 5 appointments per day, with a maximum number of customers of 10 persons at any time with hours of operation from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. You restricted his use to this. In an ordinance you signed and unanimously approved and vested his rights to an alcohol license. The second thing you should look at is what was said at this meeting, which is the minutes of the meeting, which is under tab 2. In front of this council, which approved it on 6-0 on page 2. The zoning administrator said to you, the council, general information is stated Mr. Rosenberg is the applicant, and he's requesting the change in zoning to farm the land with various types of crops, including a vineyard to produce and sell wine. A winery is only permitted by right with an AG1 zoning district in order to be licensed. The next page, she says, the planning commission unanimously recommended approval of both the requests. Then says, saying a winery with customer visits and purchase of wine by appointment only with a maximum of 5 appointments per day with a maximum number of 10 persons at any time with hours of operation from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. The next page. So the next case is the analysis of the standards for review for rezoning this case from CUP to AG1 and its staff's opinion that the proposed use is suitable with adjacent and nearby developments and zonings if approved with the staff's recommended conditions, meaning the city's analyzed it, it is compatible, it should be rezoned, it was approved with the conditions. 3 years later, millions of dollars later, somebody wants you to deny the license. We get it. It also says, if approved with the above condition, the proposed development is consistent with nearby properties and will not adversely affect the existing use or usability of the adjacent properties as described above. 6, the request for AG1 district allows for the property owner to operate a winery where he intends to plant grapes as well as other grapes and sell the wine per the state of Georgia farm winery regulations. In addition, adjacent and nearby properties are zoned AG1 as well as operating agricultural use, which gives grounds for approval of this requested zoning. And lastly, the proposed use will not be environmentally adverse to the natural resources, environment, and citizens of the city if developed with the recommended conditions. And in so conclusion, staff recommends conditional approval. That's what you gave. Then the mayor asked, Mr. Moore said, Robin, does this winery at this point ultimately presented to you as sale and consumption of wine on the premises? There's no discussion of alcohol or beer. Correct. He's intending to sell his own wine that he produces per the Georgia state law for a farm winery. On the next page, in doing so, no, it's by right use, so at least some of these questions may be moot in terms of what you're entitled to by Mr. Moore. It is a license by right. In addition, you go further on. You go to the last page. It says motion made, approved. That's unanimous. We wish you well with the beautiful property. I hope you guys enjoy it. That was the end of the hearing. Section 3 is the ordinances under which they are applying for the farm winery license. Section 4 is the affidavit of Jim Rosenberger. Jim goes through several points of criticality. He explains that he did talk about the alcohol license with the city as early as 2020. In paragraph 4, this is under tab 4 in your notebook. He explains that this is a similarly situated property to the Painted Horse. The affidavit is in the record now, but I want to go over specific things. But unlike the Painted Horse, he's agreeing to restrictions that the Painted Horse never agreed to. He's agreeing to not have events. He's agreeing not to have a tasting room. Darren and Jim are agreeing to things that otherwise they would not be required to if we litigate, because you have already approved this. You have already approved this use without these limitations. The Jim wants to give up hundreds of thousands of dollars a day that he won't and shouldn't in litigation, but today is willing to give the best options for everybody. We would have met, we would have negotiated, we would have mediated, but were refused. Unlike other locations, which would include several country clubs around this city that have the opportunities to sell within neighborhoods, et cetera, and right around the areas and other places that are noted in the affidavit, Jim is agreeing, and this group is agreeing to, the applicant's agreeing to many more restrictions. Now, you see that on March 24th, 2021, prior to the May 10th, 2021 rezoning, the City Planning Commission unanimously approved the property for a winery with customer visits and purchase of wine by appointment in a public meeting, unanimously approving it. Paragraph 7, this was approved unanimously with a detailed discussion going over the winery function, going on about how it would be dealt with. A portion of the minutes is attached that we just went over, and it was even publicized in the AJC, and the decision was made upon which our client spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, which has now gone into seven figures as a result of decisions and representations that the city has made. The city even published its support on May 10th, 2021 in a citizen's newsletter where it explains in paragraph 8 how it supported this and how this was to rezone this 10.8 acre property at the subject location so the owners can develop a winery there. That's in the language the city provided within its citizens' own newsletter. In paragraph 9, it explains that on June 12, 2021, there was a submission of an application with an $8,600 check and a $238 check for the business license. The $8,600 was for the alcohol license, and at no time did the applicant withdraw this application because it was vested with the rights that it had from the rezoning application and the use that you approved. And the language of case law is paramount to that, and it is what it is. Basically what it says is laws prescribe for the future. They cannot ordinarily have a retrospective operation. That's Official Code of Georgia Annotated 1-3-5. There's a prohibition against retroactive impairment of vested and process rights. It extends to the enactment of zoning regulations and ordinances related to this type of utilization, which is an exercise of police powers. That's Southern States Bartow County versus Riverwood Farm Owners Association at 300 Georgia 609, 6/12/2017. Also, we would strongly suggest you look at WMM Properties versus Cobb County at 255 Georgia 436, 438, 1986, case from the Georgia Supreme Court, which would indicate that the denial of this license would be a regulatory taking, a violation of their substantive due process rights, and a denial of their property rights, and a taking of the value of their property, which is something you don't want to do. We would note furthermore that if you look at the paragraphs within the affidavit, you'll note not only were you advising the applicants on what they could do, you told them what they had to do. If you look at paragraphs 10 and 11, you'll see that not only did you tell them, don't do the winery, you said, do it and put in ADA constructive requirements, put in a commercial sprinkler, go spend money. You will also see in paragraph 12, he says, this has been offering, at one point, there was a slowdown in terms of just processing, and he said, there's a financial impact. The response on May 9th, 2022 was, quote, from the city zoning manager, you can go ahead and we can process the farm winery alcohol license, but when it goes to the council, the tasting room would not be open until you receive a certificate of occupancy. Once the license is approved, you can begin selling the wine. When the tasting room receives its CO, you can proceed with the person tasting and selling. That's May 9th of 2022. Go spend money. Go construct. Paragraph 14. Our client explains that it has gone through a massive spending of money, time, and sweat equity on the farm winery. Architectural plans, building plans, law firm, business plans. The city never issued a stop work order, never told them to stop. In fact, told them, go get your building permit, which they got. Inspectors came, approved their building permit, kept them building, kept them spending money. This is their response to the city's directives. Paragraph 15 explains that they never withdrew the June 2021 application. Paragraph 16 says that if you give a denial vote tonight, you're basically denying all utilization of their property because you just rezoned it to ag for the purpose of a winery, which they've done renovations on, and so you can't use it for that. The damages estimates are given in paragraph 18, which are millions of dollars, which you should review, that are contained in the both in the recent letter sent to you, but also in paragraph 18 with regard to all the damages that'll be sustained. Paragraph 19 talks about how this will not be allowing them to go forward, and that the city understood there would be financial damage to them if you denied a license in paragraph 20. as stated in a citizen's newsletter on February 16, 2024. Currently, the applicants have rezoned their property to AG1 and have invested resources in a farm winery. Everybody knows of the massive expenditures and investments that have been made prior to a potential denial. The city newsletter also says, conversely, if the city pursues legal action and does not succeed, the applicant will have the green light to run their farm winery with all permitted activities. Today, we're saying, and have for months been saying, meet with us, mediate with us, talk with us. We'll take the tabling, the tasting rooms off the table. We'll not do event spaces. We'll do whatever we can. And yet, you legally authorized on May 10th, 2021, you said you can do a winery. Not only did you say it, you licensed it. And how all did you license it? Well, paragraph 5 is the application from, tab 5 is the actual unanimous vote of the Planning Commission for the winery. Tab 6 is the actual application for the farm winery. Tab 7 is the first discussions in 2020. Tab 8 is where the city is saying, go do the ADA construction. We're sorry for the delay. The tasting room, it says, go ahead and we can process the farm winery alcohol license on May 9th, 2022. The city goes on to say on May 10th, 2022, I will get the ball rolling toward you. I will get the ball back rolling toward you getting your license. Go spend money. What is tab 9? It's the certificate of occupancy. And why? You gave a certificate of occupancy for what? Conversion of an existing horse barn to a new winery. That's not a legalization of it and a permit for it. We don't know what is, but you went further. In tab 10, the city gave a temporary alcohol license to the occupants, to the applicants. And so what are they doing? They're spending money and investing in sweat equity and making as much as they can to make it a great and beautiful place. You recently received about 10 photographs that showed before and after pictures of the massive renovations that have been done on this property for the benefit of the community, as well as, of course, the benefit of the applicant. But it is beautiful, it is protective, it is lovely. It also has a dependency on the prior building permits, temporary alcohol license, the requirement to go do ADA work, the requirement to do constructive work, including tab 11, which are the actual commercial sprinkler plans that were approved by the city, because they also had to spend massively on commercial sprinkler systems. Tab 12 is the city newsletter, which explained exactly that we know as a city that the applicant has spent massive dollars on this going forward, and we basically approved it. Tab 13 explains the expected income that can come from this that'll be denied as a result of a denial of a license. Paragraph 14, or tab 14, is our constitutional reservation of rights, which explains to you several things. In addition to the due process, regulatory taking, etc., it also talks about the equal protection of the laws. What does that mean? That means there are many similarly situated properties. And if you go back to Jim's affidavit in tab 4, and you look at paragraph 23, there are many other potential similar situated properties, including the Painted Horse, of course, which has been talked about and is a recognition that there's another farm winery that has been given. There is a bar/restaurant right around the corner from all these houses. I believe it's called the Union. There's White Columns Country Club, the Manor Golf and Country Club, Capital City Club, Ansley Golf Club, Echelon Golf Club, Brookfield Country Club, and several other establishments that have unrestricted opportunities to do what the applicants want to restrict. Violations under equal protections are massive, enormous, and significantly financially impacting. And yet still, the applicant comes up and says, we're willing to accommodate, we're willing to amend, we're willing to talk about this, we're willing to do anything and everything we can to help. In addition, it was said that for some reason, and I'll mark this as, I guess, Exhibit 50, and I've shown it to your council, but our client did go to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission said, send the emails to the Boxwood Estates, which it did, and I have examples of them, where he is sending emails that say, quote, if we're successful, talking about successful, if we're going to CUP to AG1, one of the things we want to pursue are grapes. If successful, we plan to make wine. As part of that vision, we would like to operate a small family farm winery on our property. So and while we do not have any plan to operate a commercial business or retail establishment, we'd like to have the option of appointment-only wine tastings, which now they're willing to say they'll take off the table for the purpose of this hearing. In addition, there are others as well. And I'll just put them as Exhibit 15 in the record for the city council, and it'll be dropped in the record box or record filings. This is interesting. Your zoning ordinance, which does have, it is written with some discretion, actually probably unlimited discretion, and we would assert also that unlimited discretion is unconstitutional. You don't have that right under state law nor constitutional law. This ordinance is unconstitutional and invalid and is ultra vires. It is not really something that is allowed under state law because it is so much discretion that it gives no rights whatsoever to the people who are vested. As a result, it is illegal. They talked about the website. One thing that should be known about the website is it was built 3 years ago and hadn't been touched since. Now, clients willing to take everything off about events, et cetera, and wine tastings because they just haven't touched it. And that's fine. It was a mistake that they just haven't dealt with it. And yeah, it'll say whatever it said from the anticipated idea 3 years ago. But today they've said they don't need this. They don't want this. It's okay. Let's get what is proper. Frankly, the Rosenbergers couldn't have been more reasonable. They were going through deed restriction language with your city attorney. They were going through covenant language. One of the things that's really upsetting is hearing the damaging character assassination to people that want to meet with their neighbors, want to talk, want to try and make accommodations, have been working towards it, and hearing things and seeing things on social media, they're really just unfair at best. And just really stripping of people's character, people that don't know them. And we all live in a social media age. You're politicians. I've been a politician. And before that, I was as tall as the mayor, and you see what happened. But the point being, in social media, you can write whatever you want because nobody looks at you. I admire the folks that came up to the podium today because they said what they wanted to say. It would be nice if they and all of us had agreed to mediate and talk together and gone through a constructive process of compromise, which we've tried to do and have been rebuffed and refused. So the other thing that I don't think people may understand, and I think some of these comments are a result of misunderstanding, and we are grateful for today getting the comments. This is a legislative body. You're legislators. So you can make restrictions when people say it won't be successful. Okay, well, they're business folks. They have the right to go into a business. They may or may not make money. They love grapes. They love the idea of making wine. They have the right to fail. They have the right to try, maybe disprove people that think they're so smart. There are a lot of people at Enron that thought they were really smart and they failed pretty bad. These folks on the other side believe that there isn't just one person that has done winery establishments the smartest people in the room. They believe they're small folks that ought to be able to have the opportunity to try. They don't believe in the Enron folks. They believe in the small winery and the opportunity to bring it forward to a community. The second thing that we want to talk about is that you can restrict. Your city attorney, I presume, will tell you this, but they're telling you, we don't want events. Restrict our license. We don't want a tasting room. Restrict it. We'll abide by it. You can enter into a covenant running with the land on it that we even talked about, that we sent a draft to. What is being emoted is unfair because we have offered these things before and have been denied. People just want to say, no, ignore what you've invested, ignore your sweat equity, ignore your dream. We don't want you to do what property rights under the U.S. and Georgia Constitution allow. We don't want that. Unfortunately, the ordinance has to comply and the decisions have to comply with the Georgia and U.S. Constitution, and these reservations of rights are real. Now, to the extent that decisions are made to deny this license after all of this, we would say that license denial would be targeted arbitrary and capricious, would be selectively enforced against our clients and the applicants, because there are other alcohol licenses that are clearly allowed with less restrictions than our clients are even willing to do. And it's interesting that those are not dealt with in this particular situation. I have any, you won't find hundreds of cars because we're going not to do that. But worse, if there are 100 cars at the Painted Horse and they've agreed to conditions, go send your code enforcement folks out of there, ticket them, enforce it, remove their license, you're done. Because you are not only a legislative functionary, you have executive functions through code enforcement and police powers that can go through there, can cite them for violations of zoning conditions, and can stop it. And you're done. Now, what I would ask you to do is appreciate every one of the neighbors, which we appreciate greatly. Appreciate the comments that they made, but also appreciate the rights and opportunities and dreams of people that are willing to make sacrifices of hundreds of thousands of dollars and investment to accommodate, and not be scared, because I understand the numbers of people. I've been in politics. I get what it comes to. A long time ago, somebody wanted to change the Georgia state flag, and I was in a very conservative district. And when I was a state rep, and I voted to change the Georgia state flag because I thought it was discriminatory and represented slavery. Other people didn't. I wasn't worried about not being a state rep anymore. It was the right thing to do at the time. Happened that I was lucky and got elected to the state senate after in a worse district. But anyway, my point being, sometimes the law says do X. You can provide the most safe and risk-averse and protective decision right now, as opposed to having to go through litigation, which we believe would be imminent, of course, if there is a denial. Our belief is that a trial court would see all the prior decisions, from the initial zoning, the building permit, the temporary alcohol license, all which went through a evaluative process before, and through the clear review in the zoning hearing of what was being done, and very transparent in the HOA, to say, this is proper, this is appropriate, it's already been decided, and the license is the last step, which is really a license by right under law, which you'll be denying, buckling to pressure. And I get it, and I understand it, but it's not right, it's not fair, it's not equitable, and it's not constitutional. As a result, we convey to you to be protective. Tonight, accept the accommodations, and please move forward with the license application. If you give me 1 minute to confer with my client, make sure there's nothing I missed. We would convey to you to go forward with the freedom of property rights and the opportunity to utilize property rights as intended by the founders of the U.S. Constitution, and respect the accommodations that our clients are willing to make today and want to help make and move this forward. You have great city council on the other side. I have imminent, massive respect for city council, and I know he'll do a great job in response.
Thank you. Turn it over to our city attorney, Ken Gerard.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Ken Gerard, and I am your city attorney. It's a pleasure to be in front of you. I know the night is long, and so I will try to be succinct as Mr. Heck was. So what I'm here to do, and what I think the law contemplates, is to make a record for you of what I think the record shows in this matter, as well as bring up a few additional salient points. I'm going to do that, but what you're going to really see me doing is I'm going to be walking back and forth to this box and putting them into this basket as I create my record. I think I mentioned to you at the beginning of the evening, or the hearing this evening, that we have worked out a stipulation in this case such that we're not up here having a 7-hour mini trial. Because that's what the code contemplates as well. And we did that. The idea is we are, out of an abundance of caution, creating what I consider to be a typical quasi-judicial record. That's what we're doing. But we are also stipulating that if, and again, I hope I emphasized this earlier, I'm going to emphasize it again, if there is litigation. It is my hope and expectation, and I believe I speak for Mr. Hecht as well, that there will be a de novo proceeding, which means basically a fresh look at the factual record, et cetera, to make sure that everybody's story is told. Okay, so I think that's the point of the stipulation. It speaks for itself as to its content, and it is with the clerk and has already been tendered. Let me go ahead and begin walking you through what I think are our important documents and sort of the salient points that the city needs to make this evening. Number one, applicants in this matter are, of course, Jim and Darian Rosenberger. The parcel that is the subject of the proposed farm winery is located at 13555 Blackmarl Lane, 10.80 acre parcel of land. That's important. Put a pin in that. I'm going to get back to it later. On January 28th of 2021, the owners, again, when I say the owners, I'm talking about the applicants. Those terms are synonymous. I'm talking about the Rosenbergers. They made an application to the city of Milton to downzone their property from what was called the CUP zoning designation to the AG1 zoning designation. That zoning included a concurrent variance. And the zoning and the variance were given these calling signs by the city. The zoning was RCRZ 21-04. The concurrent variance was VC 21-02. So the first thing I want to tender into the record this evening is a certified copy of the complete zoning application file. I want to give props to the city clerk because I put a huge burden on her to make all these certified copies, kill a bunch of trees. And so that's what we're doing tonight. So thank you, Madam Clerk. First thing I want to tender is a certified copy of that zoning application file. All of that's going to be put together, and then we'll get you a full copy of the record.
Can I see it as we're going?
You want to see this? Absolutely.
If I can
Right.
look at it.
When I get to the 7-pound code, I will drop that on your lap, and that way we'll have the record complete. At the time this zoning application was tendered to the city of Milton, as you now know, the city of Milton allowed a farm winery to be operated on an AG1 property as a matter of right. And by the way, just to make the record clear, what that means is no further land use permissions were required at that time. All right. Now, representations about the use, and this is contained in the document that my colleague is flipping through, but in multiple documents within the rezoning application, including the Garrett Land Surveying Environmental Analysis and a statement of intent by the same entity, the proposed use of the property was for a workshop and barn, or to have a farm on the property for themselves, or in certain notices to the community, the proposed use was identified as to construct a single-family residence, and the concurrent variance was to allow the existing structure, a barn for animals, to be in the front yard. A copy of the proposed zoning site plan was also in the zoning application file that my colleague's flipping through. And what I'm going to say is that zoning site plan, which travels with the zoning, speaks for itself as to what it shows will occur on the property and what it does not show will occur on the property. I want to go ahead and tender, again, Mr. Hecht, if you want a copy of the 2021 Milton zoning code, I'm game, but I don't know that you are.
I trust in you.
All right, so I want to tender a certified copy of the 2021 zoning code. And again, this is not just me having fun with these copies. There's a reason I'm doing this, is because if a reviewing court, if a reviewing court wants to see the record we created this evening, I want part of that record to be the zoning file that was in existence when the Rosenbergers filed their 2021 zoning application to go from CUP to AG1. I need the court to see that. That's why I'm putting it in the record. There were some procedural deficiencies in the processing of the 2021 zoning application. Number one, the city of Milton did not timely mail notices of the CZIM hearing to the neighbors per city code section 64-2082G. And that evidence will be found in the zoning application file. Number two, Milton Code section 64-2082C contemplates that the notice of the CZIM must be issued no more, slow down, the notice of the CZIM must be issued no more than 45 days before the city council public hearing. The CZIM notice was issued on February 11th of 2021, and the city council public hearing occurred on May 10th of 2021, a span of 88 days. The notice of the zoning application issued to the neighbors identified the purpose of the rezoning for the construction of a single-family residence. On May 10th, 2021, the downzoning from CUP to AG1 was approved by the council with the following conditions. I will not read every one of them. This is probably redundant in the record. Mr. Heck just put it in the record. I'm going to put it in the record. But it did say this: to the owner's agreement to restrict, and by the way, that is a limitation. If something is as of right and you put a condition limiting it, that is a restriction. So this wasn't a grant. It was a restriction on the use. And it has various limitations, but then number C of that list is a winery with customer visits and purchase of wine by appointment only, with a maximum of 5 appointments per day, with a maximum number of customers of 10 persons at any time, with hours of operation from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. I do want to emphasize something though when I talk about that condition, because this is going to be somewhat relevant when I get into the proposed covenant, because there's been a lot of confusion about this covenant, and I'm going to talk about that covenant this evening. Mr. Heck has talked about it. Others have talked about it. I'm going to talk about it. But that condition that was in the zoning is talking about a business model where the public can attend. Okay, there's a difference between the public and private events, right? A public event is when the general public can attend. That zoning condition contemplated a public event, not facility, it's not that, but a public opportunity for individuals that you don't know. How about that? To come and participate in this winery. I just want to make that point clear when I get to some of this presentation later, talking about the covenant restrictions. And finally, an additional limitation with respect to the rezoning was to the owner's agreement to abide by substantial compliance with the site plan that traveled with the zoning. Well, that site plan's now in the record, and I think I made a little bit of a point about what it shows or what it doesn't show. And I think that is important as well, because the site plan doesn't show much with respect to a winery. Next thing I want to put into the record is a certified copy of the minutes. And to my colleague, this is the minutes that you had in one of your tabs as well, although this is the complete minutes. The complete minutes from the May 10th, 2021 council meeting. So this has all of the back and forth, all of the statements made by everyone, to include the action taken by the council. Putting that into the record as well. On May 24th, it's 2 weeks after this zoning was approved, the city council, exercising its police power authority, imposed what I call a time-sensitive 35-day moratorium on the acceptance of applications, building permit applications, and land disturbance permit applications for farm wineries within the city of Milton. The moratorium was enacted to allow the city to change its zoning code regarding farm wineries being as of right uses in AG1 and for other purposes. And that was done by simple motion at that meeting. And so what I'm putting in the record now is a May 24th, 2021 minutes of that meeting, showing when that motion was made and the discussion surrounding it. So that was 2 weeks after this downzoning from CUP to AG1 occurred. The city of Milton put the clamps down on any permitting with respect to farm winery operations. The reason was so it could modify its land use codes with respect to this specific sort of use. On June 21 of 2021, that moratorium was extended for 120 days. On October 18th of 2021, the moratorium was extended an additional 60 days. And so my next tender are the actual minutes of the actual resolutions of those 2 moratorium extensions. And again, I want all the paper to be in correct chronological order, telling the story of how this occurred.
Let me look at it after.
Right, I will. I'm on a tear, Greg. In October of 2021, the City of Milton's alcohol code was modified to include modifications pertaining to farm wineries. Section 485B of the October 2021 Milton Modified Alcohol Code states that to obtain a license for a farm winery, the winery must be in compliance with Chapter 64 of the City of Milton Code of Ordinance, zoning code. So my next tender is going to be the October 2021 Milton Alcohol Code.
We're not going to make any objections.
I just want to let you look at the blue tab, so you'll know.
We'll keep the lights off for the 2 of y'all after this.
On December 20, 2021, the City of Milton modified its land use code to require that for any farm winery, a use permit must be applied for and approved by the council, and the parcel upon which the farm winery sits must be a minimum of 20 acres. And that was in December 20th of 2021. And this is the City of Milton's land use code on December 20th of 2021 after the council's action. And again, for purposes of creating the record, this needs to be in there. On June 8th of 2023, an entity identified as DeRose Vintners filed a farm winery application with the City of Milton. Principals of DeRose Vintners are James and Darren Rosenberger. The subject property upon which the license was made is 13555 Blackmarl Lane. I know everyone knows this. The property at issue does not have a farm winery use permit. The property at issue sits on less than 20 acres. My next tender into the record is a copy of the June 8th, 2023 alcohol application filed by DeRose Vintners. Finally, to ensure a complete documentary record involving the City of Milton, I want to tender a certified copy of the city's zoning ordinance as of April 2024. That would be today's. And I also want to tender a certified copy of the Milton Alcohol Code as of today. Today's code, Land Use Code, Milton Alcohol Code as of today. The following language is in today's Milton Alcohol Code and was in the Alcohol Code on June 8th of 2023 when the applicants applied for the present farm winery alcohol license. Section 421, identified as architectural and zoning standards, says this: all premises for which an alcoholic beverage license is sought shall comply with all state and/or city ordinance requirements regarding zoning standards. Council is of course aware that although the farm winery application was tendered in June of last year, the application has been deferred on multiple occasions. I know the council knows this. In the months between the tendering of the farm winery application today, the city has received a significant amount of communications from concerned citizens voicing opposition to the winery. And the following is not exhaustive, but I do want to tender 5 different batches of documents that are communications from citizens into the record. I don't have to tell the city council this, but when individuals send communications to city council or city staff members in the course and scope of the operations of the government, those become public records. And it is appropriate, as part of making this record, that we put some of these into the record. Well, I will be providing these to you, Greg. You can take a look at these. The first document set that I want to put into the record is a December 14th, 2023 email from Ms. Jessica Buxton, plus attachments to the mayor and council and others, raising questions regarding the propriety of the farm winery and overall opposition to the winery. Obviously, I'm not reading it. I'm providing a short summation of it, but I do want to provide that. The next communication I want to mention is a January 11th, 2024 email from Ms. Jessica Buxton to city officials, including attachments and video links, raising further questions, concerns regarding the farm winery application. The next batch of documents is a January 13th, 2024 email from Mr. Brian Edix to city officials, raising concerns, errors, and general opposition to the farm winery application. The next batch of documents is a February 8th, 2024 email from the applicant to a city official, and it was communicating a letter to be delivered to the neighbors, endeavoring to explain efforts at mitigation with respect to the proposed farm winery. And the final document that I want to tender is a February 26, 2024 email plus exhibits from Ms. Sarah Moen to the mayor and council, raising a host of issues and concluding that the applicant was not entitled to a farm winery alcohol license. And I will be tendering, once my colleague has had a chance to review them, I will put them as part of the record that I want to create this evening. And also, I want to tender into the record another government document, which is a June 1st, 2021 posting from the city's Facebook page, wherein the applicant's finished barn structure is photographed and identified as a barn of the month. Council members, on April 4th of 2024, this council received a correspondence from Mr. Hecht, to my right, your left, and it was in the nature of an analytum letter. And I'm going to be tendering that into the record this evening. I don't have to tell the council what an analytum letter is. It speaks for itself as to its content, but what I can tell you is it is a sort of prerequisite to bringing a lawsuit against the city of Milton related to this alcohol license application. In that correspondence, Mr. Hecht, on behalf of his client, raises numerous issues in support of his argument on behalf of the applicants, And again, I'm not attempting to capture all of them. The letter speaks for itself, but he argues that his clients have a legal right to receive the farm winery license, that the city of Milton has indeed induced his clients to expend funds in furtherance of the winery, and 3, articulates alleged damages that will attend the Rosenbergers if this license is not approved in excess of $8 million. I don't suppose you need to review this. All right. There's a point of emphasis I want to make with respect to the Annalatum letter. There is some language in there that is worthy of further consideration. At least I believe it is. And that's this. The Annalatum correspondence contains a section called a last opportunity for compromise. And I think you have heard my colleague mention it during his presentation as well. But I would be remiss if I did not raise that to your attention, because what the correspondence says is that the last opportunity for a compromise upon the terms that the Rosenbergers have articulated may end depending upon the action taken this evening. And I believe that the terms that are referenced, and I'm not speculating, I believe this and I think know this to be true, is the so-called limitations that have been talked about this evening. And I do want to mention this because there seems to be confusion by a lot of folks as to what is and what isn't being compromised. Okay, so let me explain, because I know a little bit about that because I was part of drafting it. All right, so to the extent that individuals are saying their business model is changing, let me be very clear. The memorandum of agreement, which was going to be recorded in the real property records of Fulton County, would have the effect of a deed restriction. It would attach to the property and it would be binding on the property for a minimum period of 20 years. It is extremely powerful. It is much more powerful than ephemeral zoning condition. It is a bilateral agreement that property can only be used in a particular way, and both sides would have to agree and do a formal modification for it ever to be used differently. And it can, in fact, and was contemplated to be enforced by the city of Milton. I heard someone, I don't know who, earlier said who would enforce it. The city of Milton would enforce it as a signatory on the agreement. It would supersede zoning conditions, and it contained significant prohibitions on the property. And I hope the council remembers when I talked about the zoning conditions, because this is why I wanted to cross-reference back and forth, because the zoning conditions were contemplating a public opportunity to engage in the property, right? The public could come, the public could have tastings, the public. The memorandum of agreement doesn't allow the public, not in the way every land use concept of the public is characterized. The memorandum of agreement prohibits retail sales of alcohol for consumption on the property, prohibits retail sales of packaged alcohol on the property except to friends and family. And I know that language has been the subject of quite a bit of concern, which is why it has to be bona fide, friends and family. But members of the council, what I can tell you is this government doesn't have the power to prevent individuals from having their family members or bona fide friends attend their private property. And that would apply to everybody in the sound of my voice. And I would say thank God for it. The memorandum of agreement, if executed and filed, would have prohibited the scheduling or solicitation of individuals, groups, corporations, or other entities to pay for wine tastings on the property, and had limitations on vehicular traffic. And I say that simply because you have now received an analytum letter that said, hey, that document, that powerful document that contained all of those prohibitions that the applicant has agreed to comply with and bind on themselves for 20 years, that may go away this evening. You need to hear that. I'm not going to put that document into the record because I don't think that it really needs to be in the record. I don't think it lends itself to being in the record, but it did lend itself to a discussion. I'm about to wrap up. I do want the analytum letter from Mr. Hecht into the record, and then I'm going to conclude with this. A legal position can be advanced to assert the following. Number one, the illegitimacy and defective nature of the zoning from CUP to AG1 in 2021. The city did not adhere to multiple procedural requirements in accomplishing the rezoning from CUP to AG1, as I identified and walked you through previously. The zoning notices to the public regarding the purpose of the rezoning were misleading or incomplete. Number two, no vested right exists in a farm winery alcohol application due to the quickly, within 14 days, imposed moratorium and subsequent change to the zoning code. As mentioned, the zoning was approved on May 10th of 2021, and by May 24th of 2021, this council put in place a 35-day time-sensitive moratorium to shut down all farm winery-based permitting. Upon the council taking that action, the public was on notice that rules were changing and individuals spent funds at their own peril. Number three, the city's alcohol code today and at the time that the farm winery alcohol application was made was clear that for an individual to have an entitlement to any particular licensure, their premises must comply with existing city ordinance requirements. I've already read the language out of section 421 of the alcohol code. I will not read it again. But when the applicants filed the present application for a farm winery alcohol license on June 8th of 2023, the Milton zoning code required that farm wineries have a use permit and be located on property with a minimum of 20 acres. The current applicants do not and did not satisfy that criteria. My final point is there is no vested right to an alcohol license. I would respectfully submit to you that vesting is the nomenclature of zoning, although I would at least countenance the argument that vesting could apply to an issued alcohol license as well. Vesting does not apply to new alcohol licenses such as the one here. Under the strength of Gold Rush 2 versus City of Marietta, 267 Georgia 683, those who hold licenses that expire annually act at their peril and assume the risk that their licenses might not be renewed, notwithstanding they have committed their lives and their capital to building and businesses which need licenses to operate. Says the court, appellants must meet the requirements of the ordinance in effect at the time they file their annual applications for licenses. And what applies for annual renewals applies with just as much fervor for new applications. When the Rosenbergers filed the present application for a farm winery license on June 8th, the zoning code required the farm wineries be issued a use permit and be located on property with at least 20 acres. The Rosenbergers do not presently satisfy that criteria. My final submission to the record is simply a copy of the Gold Rush case. Council members, that is my presentation. I would ask that my colleague, when he gets up, put those other documents, and he's doing it now, to me, and otherwise, as I articulated at the beginning of this hearing, I believe it is appropriate for the applicants to have the last word, but the city of Milton rests.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gerard. Mr. Heck?
Just to break the monotony, I promise to be short. That's easy for me to do. And I will tell you, there are short notes and points to be made, which is one, your zoning was legislation that you established on May 10th, 2021. Your zoning ordinance is a piece of legislation that says the farm winery is appropriate. You can't undo what you already did on May 10th, 2021 with a new ordinance in December of 2021. Second, it's fairly obvious that this was targeting the only farm winery that was coming before you pursuant to the zoning that you just gave. A judge is going to be looking at the moratorium you imposed, knowing that you just rezoned it with a specific language that says you can do this. And then a judge is going to look at the building permit you issued, the temporary alcohol license you gave, the ADA instructions that you gave, and a judge will be looking at the fact that also that the city attorney is saying the city made mistakes on the zoning hearing, which were never appealed within 30 days as required by the zoning procedures law. So the only people that could attack it would be us, which we're not. Now, it would be illegal, beyond clear, to zone something for the condition that says you can have a farm winery and then 3 years later say you can't have it after you permitted it, temporarily licensed it, and given it construction directives to do X, and knowing that you have millions of dollars at risk. And then I think what the city attorney is saying in a soft but direct way is the Rosenbergers have been beyond reasonable. They have said, look at the number of conditions that we have agreed to. Look at the number of conditions we're willing to deal with. But if you actually just tell us to go pound sand, which is what I am presuming is going to happen tonight, I may be wrong, then yeah, everything is off the table because we're being told to go pound sand, despite the fact for 3 years, everybody knows exactly what we've been doing. And, you know, whether it's the transparent HOA back in 2021, whether it is the hearing where the minutes show exactly what was brought in front of the council, which was directly spoken and quoted in my presentation and is in the record, whether it is the building permit, whether it's inspectors coming out, whatever it is, everybody knew this was going to be a farm winery. And the conditions that they're offering, which is basically at one point taking a lot off the table, is being ignored. So hopefully everybody agrees with the one thing that I think the city attorney and I definitely agree on is that be careful when you violate property rights. You may be establishing a clearly dangerous precedent, which right now our client is willing to ignore with an accommodation, but clearly will not be willing to ignore if we're forced by the city into litigation where we wanted to mediate and no one would mediate with us. We appreciate the opportunity to come before you, offer those accommodations, request that you reserve and protect our property rights, and grant this limited license as we request.
Thank you, Mr. Heck. Thank you. City Attorney, may I close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor, the public hearing is closed, and please do that.
Okay, so I will close the public hearing and open up for any council discussion or questions to the city attorney.
Mr. Mayor, if I could very quickly, and again, Just want to mention the code very quickly. The code provides that city council action, it says during or following the hearing, number one, the council has the right to request additional written or investigative information from the applicant, city manager, or city staff as deemed appropriate. Again, I just want you all to be armed with what the code says. Number two, consider an application recommended for approval by the city manager and render a final determination approving or denying the application. Three, hear any appeal from a decision of the city manager to deny an application and render a final determination upholding or overturning the city manager's decision. Or number four, deny any application on the grounds that it is incomplete, fails to show the applicant has satisfied the qualifications set forth in this chapter or other provisions of this code, shows the applicant location or application would not qualify under state law or Georgia Department of Revenue regulations, or for other due cause. So those are sort of the options. It is to the council for deliberation and a motion.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments?
I have comments.
Okay, Councilman Cookerly?
I made notes, so please bear with me because I might not at this hour be able to read my own writing. So several years ago, City Council, which I was a part, as was a member of the audience and the mayor, made a decision, and the unintended consequence is the neighbors lost control. That's a bad feeling. I've been in that situation, and I am completely empathetic. Ultimately, fast forward, and the applicant, who had done quite a bit of work, the Rosenbergers also lost control, and that's a bad position to be in too. So now we have two parties that are immensely unhappy and believe their rights have been stripped. Upon recognition of the calamity, I made the statement to both parties with whom I met that I wanted to vote for a known outcome. Once before I voted, and because of reasons that were unknown to us, there was an unknown outcome, which is all of this. And then I said, I want to vote, and I've been very consistent about this. I want to vote for a known outcome. Tonight, as I listen to the neighbors whose preferences are certainly respectable, I do not have the belief that you realize that a vote to deny is a vote for uncertainty. It's an absolute, you're going to court. It is a huge roll of the dice. And you will lose all control again. When you told me you didn't want a tasting room, visitors, trucks, etc., I went to bat and spent time with the Rosenbergers, attempted to help them rework their business plan. They were very agreeable. And tonight, I heard a lot of distrust that what they were willing to codify would actually, and a lot of people who were still stuck in old news about what they were willing to do or weren't going to do. It's way, way, way in the past. And I'm stuck with the fact that if you go to court, you're going to lose control again. So the business plan was reworked. I couldn't believe that not only were they amenable over time, when council asked me if they would, when our council asked me if they would make an unprecedented deed restrictions, I went back to them. I'm around zoning my whole career. I had no expectation that somebody would put restrictions on their deed. That not an experience that I figured would ever happen. But those covenants are a behavioral holy grail, and to slough that off in lieu of going to court in which you have no control is unimaginable in my view. Because again, I want to vote for both parties for a known outcome. And going to court is not a known outcome. And that is, if you think you're going to win, then you're braver and have something in the crystal ball than I do. Winning in court is a long shot for both parties right now, at this moment. But my professional experience, candidly, screams at me that you could regret this. And maybe the Rosenbergers will regret it. Somebody's going to regret it. And it's going to be bad because you're going to be extremely angry again. Tonight you spoke frequently about winning the vote. So you win the vote, you go to court. That's not a win. I mean, you have deeded restrictions. So you go to court and you gamble that. So you win the opportunity to go to court and that's no win. I'm sorry, I want to vote for a known outcome. The best way to respect your rights, Mr. Rosenberger, and to respect your rights is to vote for the deeded restrictions. That is as clear as it can possibly be to me. It always has been. So that concludes my comments, but I hope you understand I want what's best for both of you. And that kind of control is unprecedented, and I wish you were taking them up on it.
Thank you, Councilmember Cookerly. I just want to say, thank you for everyone for your patience, both the residents and the applicant. I know this has been challenging over the past 6 months. It really shouldn't take this long, but it was all done in good faith from the city council working in conjunction with everyone involved. Taking the time away from your family, coming in here month after month is serious. Y'all didn't sign up for that. That's what we signed up for. And, this job isn't just about ribbon cuttings. It's making decisions that can alter people's lives for the good or for the bad. So I just want to say thank you. I appreciate y'all. Thank you to the Rosenbergers for continuing the dialogue. Thank you for the residents for engaging with us. We had a moment to try to compromise, but that did not muster anything. So we are here for an alcohol license and nothing more and nothing else. And with that, I will open it for a motion unless we have any other comments.
How are we phrasing the motion?
I think Councilman Haney has.
I'll take that. In the matter of agenda item 23-304, consideration of the issuance of an alcohol beverage license to DeRose Vintners, 13555 Blackmar Lane, Milton, Georgia 30004. Based upon consideration of the application, the material in the agenda packet, the staff report, public comments, the arguments, material presented and entered into the record by the applicants and the city attorney, I move that we deny the application based on 4 points identified by the city attorney. Those are: number one, the procedural and notification deficiencies in the 2021 zoning from CUP to AG1. Number two, there could be no vesting of any right to operate a farm winery based on the moratorium placed on the farm winery permitting 14 days after the applicant's property was rezoned to AG1. The city's alcohol codes require all applications to be in compliance with then existing land use requirements. When the present applicants tendered their application on June 8th, 2023, they did not meet the city's then existing land use standards for a farm winery. And number four, there can be no vesting in an alcohol license under the strength of Gold Rush 2, as stated by the city attorney. If this motion is approved by city council, I ask city staff to place this into the written form and issue it to the applicants. That is my motion to deny the issuance of the alcohol beverage license.
Ken, are you okay with that motion?
I am.
Okay. Do I have a second on the motion? Second. Okay. I have a motion from Councilmember Haney and a second from Councilmember Cranmer to deny. I gotta get my scripts up here. Deny agenda item number 23-304. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed?
Me.
That motion carries 5-1. Thank you all for coming out. Okay, we will move on to zoning agenda. Please. We're going to move on to the zoning agenda. Will the city clerk please read the zoning rules and sound the item?
When the mayor and city council consider a zoning agenda, these items include rezoning petitions, modifications of zoning, use permits, and associated concurrent variances, in addition to ordinances, resolution, and text amendments. I would like to acquaint you with some of the rules and procedures for this meeting, which includes a zoning agenda. The applicant and all those speaking in support of an application will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present the petition. The opposition will also be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present its position. If time remains, the opposition will be allowed to rebut. The applicant may choose to save some of the time for rebuttal following the presentation by the opposition. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicant will be allowed to make closing remarks, provided time remains to the allotted time. Those called to speak will be taken in the order in which the speaker cards were received. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and/or organization if applicable before beginning their presentation. The Planning Commission has heard the rezoning agenda items, and their recommendations have been forwarded to the mayor and city council for consideration and disposition. The applicant shall not submit material to the council during this meeting unless requested to do so. All material that you wish to be reviewed by the council in consideration of your application should have already been submitted to the Community Development Department and is included in the normal distribution of packages to the council. When an opponent of a rezoning action has made, within 2 years immediately preceding the filing of the rezoning action being opposed, campaign contributions aggregating $250 or more to a local government official of the local government which will consider the application, it shall be the duty of the opponent to file a disclosure with the governing authority of the respective local government at least 5 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting. A violation of relevant statute constitutes a misdemeanor. Therefore, if you have contributed $250 or more to a council member and you have not filed a disclosure prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the city attorney strongly suggests that you have someone else speak for your point of view. Our first zoning agenda item is the consideration of RZ 2307, a text amendment to adopt a new unified development code that will update and replace the current zoning ordinance, Chapter 64 of the Code for the City of Milton, to readopt the existing zoning map as part of the new unified development code, to amend the text of other specific development design and other sections of the Code of the City of Milton, Georgia, to consolidate said other specific sections, as well as the zoning ordinance so as to create a consolidated ordinance to be known as the Unified Development Code for the City of Milton, Georgia. It's agenda item number 24104. Our zoning manager, Ms. Robin McDonald.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, we're going to just quickly review what I believe most of you have heard before as a presentation that had been done a couple months ago. So basically, we're here tonight to adopt, hopefully, the UDC, which is known as RZ 2307. There's quite a few items, one under zoning agenda and then other ones under unfinished business. Obviously, you'll have to vote each item individually, but this presentation will take care of multiple different items. So we don't have to keep on going on and on. So with that said, just wanted to talk about what this UDC is. It's basically looking at various portions of the city code, as you can see, if I can have it up on the screen. Okay, great, awesome. So what this UDC contains is primarily what is now known as Chapter 64 of the zoning ordinance. And then we are combining some other items that will be included in it, which is Chapter 20 Environment, Chapter 48 Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, Chapter 50 Subdivisions, 54 Telecommunications, Chapter 60 Tree Canopy Conservation. I want to make a note. I mentioned 48. It won't be taken in totally. It'll just be portions of it. So Chapter 48 will remain, but with much less regulations within it. So, so again, it's an environment, and the new code will be Article 11 and with various subtopics within it, which is matching what was the old Chapter 20. Chapter 48, just a portion of it, as I spoke about. 50, which is subdivisions, which is 100% of it going into the UDC. 54 is telecommunications, again, 100% of it going into the UDC. And finally, the tree canopy conservation ordinance. And obviously zoning. And within all the articles except Article 10, which are streets and improvements, and Article 11 is environment. The remainder of those articles contain what was previously known as Chapter 64, the zoning ordinance. Again, this just looks at Article 12, administration. This was derived from various chapters of the city code. So this is basically the steps that show how do we administer this code. Chapter 13, or Article 13, I'm sorry, are definitions, contains definitions in one place, except for Article 8, which are use provisions. So for instance, if you have a use permit for alternative senior housing, that's a use permit we use today. All the definition will be in Article 8, not in the definition section. So again, this is the contents of the UDC. I won't bore you with it all. And then also here is the zoning map, the current zoning map. Nothing has been changed. Just per the city attorney, we needed to include it into the adoption of the UDC. And with that, also I just want to reiterate that the UDC does not change policy. I believe we had up to, I believe it was 55, 56 text amendments since 2017, which is when we initiated the UDC. And that was based upon the desire of the council at that time not to make policy decision, but if anything was changed, it was going to go through the normal zoning procedures where it had a CZIM, a planning commission, and then the council would ultimately hear different text amendments throughout time. And all those text amendments have been incorporated into this current UDC that is before you tonight. So with that said, I'll be open to any questions you might have about it or comments.
Thank you. Any questions for Robin? Any public comment?
There are none, sir.
Okay, I'll close the public comment. I know, I want to thank the Planning Commission again for their months, probably over a year long, going through this word for word. So thank you to staff and Planning Commission. So Robin, do you want us to go through just each one? We'll do a
Right,
motion for each
correct.
one. She'll call
Yes.
each agenda.
Yeah,
Okay.
you have to do each item. The first one's the zoning agenda, and then I don't know if the city clerk will call in each item.
Yeah, we'll do.
From the,
Right, yeah. So we'll go ahead and make the motion on the zoning agenda, then the clerk needs to read each item, and you can just immediately make a motion.
Okay. Okay, do you have a motion to approve agenda item number 24-104?
Make a motion to approve agenda item number 24-104.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Verhoff and a second from Councilmember Jacobus to approve agenda item number 24-104. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. So we'll move on to unfinished business. Will the city clerk please sound the item?
The first item is consideration of an ordinance to amend Appendix A, fees and other charges of the Code of the City of Milton, Georgia, to reflect the new code references within the newly adopted Unified Development Code for the City of Milton, Georgia. Agenda item number 24046. Mayor?
I would make request for public bid.
Robin?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is basically the Appendix A fees. It had to be retitled for each item that is charged based upon the new UDC. So with that said, and then again, the remainder of the items I've already covered through the presentation, so you don't have to need any other presentations.
Thank you. Any public comment?
There are none.
Okay, close public comment. Open it for a motion.
Make a motion, we approve agenda item number 24-046.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Jacobus and a second from Councilmember Haney to approve agenda item number 24-046. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Will city clerk please have the next item?
Next item is consideration of an ordinance to amend Chapter 48, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places of the Code of the City of Milton, Georgia, in order to update and relocate certain provisions into the newly adopted Unified Development Code for the City of Milton, Georgia. Agenda item number 24047. Mayor Jameson?
Okay. Robin, do you have anything on this one?
Nope.
Okay. Is there any council discussion, any public comment?
There's no public comment.
Okay, open it for motion.
Make a motion to approve agenda item 24-047.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Cranmer and a second from Councilmember Jacobus to approve agenda item number 24-047. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Will the city clerk please have the next item?
Mayor, item C is consideration of an ordinance to delete Chapter 20, Environment of the Code of the City of Milton, Georgia, and to relocate the updated provisions to the newly adopted Unified Development Code for the City of Milton, Georgia. Agenda item number 24048. Mayor Jameson?
You have anything for this, Robin? Nope. Okay. Any public comment?
There are none, sir.
Okay, I'll close public comment, open it for a motion.
Make a motion to approve agenda item number 24-048.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Jacobus and a second from Councilman Verhoff to approve agenda item number 24-048. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Will the city clerk please have the next item?
D is consideration of an ordinance to delete Chapter 50, subdivisions of the Code of the City of Milton, Georgia, and to relocate the updated provisions in the newly adopted Unified Development Code for the City of Milton. Agenda item number 24049. Mayor Jameson?
Thank you. You have anything, Robin?
Nope.
Okay. I just like talking to you, Robin. Okay, any public comment?
There are none, sir.
Okay, I'll open it for a motion.
Make a motion to approve agenda 24-049.
Second.
Okay, have a motion from Councilmember Cranmer and a second from Councilmember Verhoff to approve agenda item number 24-049. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Will city clerk please say on the next item?
E is consideration of an ordinance to delete Chapter 54, Telecommunications of the Code of the City of Milton, Georgia, and to relocate the updated provisions in the newly adopted Unified Development Code for the City of Milton, Georgia. Agenda item number 24050. Mayor?
Thank you. Good? Okay.
We're good.
All right, I'll open it for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 24-050.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Haney and a second from Councilmember Verhoff to approve agenda item number 24-050. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. City clerk, please say on the next item.
F is consideration of an ordinance to delete Chapter 60, Tree Canopy Conservation of the Code of the City of Milton, Georgia, and to relocate the updated provisions to the newly adopted Unified Development Code for the City of Milton, Georgia. Agenda item number 24051. Mayor?
Thank you. Get on this too, Robin.
We're
All right,
good.
any public comment?
No public comments.
Okay, open it for motion.
Make a motion to approve agenda item number 24-051.
Second.
Okay, have a motion from Councilor Jacobus and a second from Councilor Johnson to approve agenda item number 24-051. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Will the city clerk please say on the next item?
Item G is consideration of an ordinance creating the Milton Active Parks Ad Hoc Committee. Agenda item number 24-105. Our city manager, Mr. Stephen Krokoff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The Code of Ordinances grants the City Council the authority to establish various bodies, including boards, commissions, committees, and authorities. Acting within this authority, the City Council has directed the formation of an ad hoc committee with a specific mandate to evaluate city-owned properties for potential park enhancement and to assess strategic opportunities for property acquisitions aligned with this objective. Present before you is the ordinance formalizing the creation of this committee, which was first introduced during the March 18th, 2024 regular City Council meeting and is now slated for a vote. However, considering recent developments and potential property acquisitions, it may be prudent for the council to reconsider the necessity of this committee at this moment. Identified members of this proposed committee already dedicate a substantial amount of effort to various other appointed committees serving the interests of the city of Milton. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions for Steve? Any questions? I know we have some other park properties we're going to be talking about tonight. So can we table this? Ken, what would be the best thing to do since we have some?
A full range of options. You could table it as a formal parliamentary procedure where it takes a couple of steps to get it off the table. You could defer it to a time certain, maybe perhaps a couple of months out. That would be appropriate as well. Maybe tabling is appropriate. Particularly, tabling is really good when the contingency that will cause it to come back to the council is unknown. And so maybe tabling is the appropriate tool at that point because you're just not sure. There's no deadline looming, on the back of us. We're having to work behind. I think tabling's in order.
Okay. Yeah, I think tabling probably works with what we have coming up on the agenda. Y'all good with that?
Yep.
Okay.
To make a motion.
Any public comment?
We do not have any, sir.
Okay, I'll open it for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we table agenda item number 24-105.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Cookerly and a second from Councilmember Jacobus to table agenda item number 24-105. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Will City Clerk please sound the next item?
The next item is consideration of an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of Milton, Georgia, to adopt amendments to the fiscal 2024 budget for each fund of the city of Milton, Georgia, amending the amounts shown in each budget as expenditures, amending the several items of the revenue appropriations, prohibiting expenditures to exceed appropriations, and prohibiting expenditures to exceed actual funding available. It's agenda item number 24-103. Our deputy city manager, Ms. Bernadette Harville.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The budget is a dynamic plan that requires amending as changes in circumstances occur. The agenda item before you takes into account updates to the budget that require a change in total departmental appropriations. In other words, these are requests that will either increase or decrease a department's budget within a given fund in the budget, and this action requires council's approval. On March 18th, we discussed the budget amendments in detail at our public hearing. Tonight, we will discuss these requests at a much higher level, but I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. The budget for fiscal year 2024 was approved on September 18th, 2023, after a series of public meetings throughout the summer and spring, as well as a budget workshop in August and 2 public hearings in September. Sorry, I went too far. There we go. On this page, you can see the summary for the general fund with the initial adopted budget on the left with revenues for fiscal year 2024 at $42.8 million and the proposed amendments at $2.4 million. The main drivers of this $2.4 million request include a significant increase to revenues associated with investment income in the amount of $1 million, an increase to business and occupation tax in the amount of $425,000. The current year local option sales tax revenues are trending up, and the request is the amount of $400,000 to that line item, and insurance premium tax, which is being requested at $350,000. Moving down to the expenditures, you can see the current budget at $42.7 million. with the proposed amendments at $5.3 million, which include individual department expenditure requests, which will primarily be covered by utilizing contingency funds, with the exception of the elections budget, which was initially allocated in FY23, but incurred in FY24, and the $2,000 for the Parks and Recreation donation for the state of the city. The $5.3 million transfer out to the Capital Projects Fund will be allocated as follows. $2 million towards the planning, design, and build-out of Fire Station 45. Again, as we spoke about on the 18th, this is an update to the original staff forecast and is based on the preliminary figures provided by Cooper and Company. They will be before you in the next few meetings to discuss that in more detail. Currently, the costs for the station are coming in per square foot, lower than Fire Station 42, pretty similar, but even with the increase in funding continuing throughout all the costs they're seeing. $3 million for the potential active parkland acquisition, and if this is not needed, we can always relocate that at a future date. And $319,991 for pavement management expenses. All of these transfers are coming from the increase in revenues we just spoke about, as well as fund balance in excess of required reserves from the prior year. Just to remind you, Milton's Code of Ordinances requires the city to maintain a minimum unassigned fund balance in the general fund equal to 25% of the subsequent year's revenues. All of these requests will yield a $12,033,391 projected ending fund balance, and that is in line with these requirements. Just wanted to point out one other thing quickly is outside of the funding requests, staff is also looking at 2 staffing requests that will not require any funding in this year, but council is the authority to utilize to authorize positions and headcount. So the 2 requests, one is for the police department. Originally, the police department asked for this records clerk in FY23. It went unfunded while the department did further research into utilizing a third-party solution and analyzing further the workload. After doing that analysis, they did determine that a full-time position is needed and it is more feasible to have it in-house. Similarly, Public Works had received funding for a part-time contracted position in this FY24 budget. After further analysis, it showed that there was full-time work needed, and it was also more feasible to have that in-house as opposed to a third-party contract. So again, we're asking for no funding for these positions in this year, but they will be fully funded in future years, so asking for your approval on that. We went over the other revenues in the special revenue funds and the capital projects funds in detail last time, but I can answer any questions or go through that if you have any other questions. Primarily, they're related to investment income and grant-related revenues that we were recognizing in the different funds.
Any questions?
Nope.
No? All right. You're good?
If we can get a vote.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of used to you like going on.
I have more.
Okay.
I figured it's really
Okay, that's why I
easy.
know what he meant.
We
I'm
did
looking
go
at
over every
page
single
3 of
line in
27,
detail on the
so-
18th.
Okay. All right.
I have more. I was just really trying to. go
Okay,
over
no,
it.
I mean, I know we heard it last time. You do a great job as always. Any public comment on this?
There is none, sir.
Okay, I'll open it for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion, we approve agenda item number 24-103.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Jacobus and a second from Councilmember Cookerly to approve agenda item number 24-103. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, will City Clerk please stay on the next item?
We're moving on into new business, and that first item is consideration of proposed consent final order and judgment to settle friendly condemnation action Morris Road widening project, parcel 10. The owner is Lake Townhome Association. Is civil action file 2023 CV 380045. And it's agenda item number 24199. I'm sorry, 24119. Mr. Rob Del Ross.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item tonight, the consent final order drafted by our city attorney's office, this allows us to settle the action for parcel 10 from Morris Road at the appraised value. This was a request from the HOA, which means it was a friendly condemnation. Here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Any public comment?
There are none.
Okay, any questions for Rob? Okay, open it for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion, we approve agenda item number 24-119.
Second.
Okay, have a motion from Councilman Cookerly and a second from Councilman Haney to approve agenda item number 24-119. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will the city clerk please stay on the next item?
Item C is consideration of land acquisition agreement for purchase of realty totaling 10.488 acres with a purchase price of $1,750,000 between the City of Milton and 12875 Arno Mill Road LLC for two land parcels with situs addresses of parcel 1, approximately 7.338 acre parcels with situs address of 12875 Arno Mill Road with assigned tax parcel number 223710 1093-0567, and parcel 2, approximately 3.15 acre parcel with situs address of 12912 New Providence Road with assigned tax parcel 223700 1068-0586. It's agenda item number 24120. Our city manager, Mr. Stephen Krokoff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
There we go.
Good night.
Good night.
The city has identified two adjoining parcels located at 12875 Arnold Mill Road and 12912 Arnold Mill Road, totaling approximately 10.5 acres. Initially, during our search for active park space, these parcels were discovered. They hold potential for various uses. In addition to active park space, potentially passive parks and future facilities. Situated in the southwest area of the city, it's roughly 800 feet from Legacy Park. The property boasts fairly flat topography with around 30% tree canopy coverage. Let me go back. It is flanked to the north by pastures and wooded land with the presence of animals yet to be determined. I haven't seen any animals out there yet, but there's definitely pastures out there. To the west by wooded terrain, to the south by Legacy Park, a cemetery, and I believe a dog resort. On the east boundary lie a handful of single-family homes, and across Providence Road is the Windsor Stables, a horse farm. I'm going to pull out a little further here so you can see that. So this is the horse farm over here. Here's Legacy Park right down here. Here's the cemetery. Here's what I believe is that pet place. Wooded over here, and here are the pastures I just discussed. And here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe 5 single-family homes right adjacent to that. Should the council express interest in proceeding, a comprehensive assessment will be undertaken during the due diligence period, alongside soliciting public feedback regarding potential acquisition. The proposed purchase price for both parcels is $1.75 million, amounting to an approximate per acre cost of $166,000. Both parcels are currently zoned AG1. The due diligence period is suggested at 90 days, with the closing date anticipated to be 30 days thereafter. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for city manager?
Krokoff, this is the parcel that was under contract with another group, right?
I believe it was under contract with a developer.
Okay, and a broker brought it to us. It's pretty interesting. All right, thank you.
Yes, I think the only thing I would ask is, I know you said we'll have maybe some public hearings, maybe, I don't know I know it's not a CZIM, but maybe at least to get some feedback as we go through the due diligence process.
Yes, definitely we will. Whether that comes before the Parks and Rec Commission or before another body, we will have it done regardless.
Okay, just want to get that done before we close on it, so.
Absolutely.
All right, any public comment on this?
There are none.
Okay, open it for a motion.
Make a motion, we approve agenda item number 24-120.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Jacobus and a second from Councilmember Johnson to approve agenda item number 24-120. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Will city clerk please stay on the next item?
The next item D is consideration of a resolution of the City of Milton enacting an emergency moratorium on one, the acceptance of new business license applications for entities that will offer consumable hemp products for sale, and two, acceptance of applications for development permits, building permits, rezonings, zoning condition amendments, variances, use permits, warrants, or any other permit or permission that would or could reasonably result in the retail sale of consumable hemp products in the city of Milton. It's agenda item number 24121. Our city attorney, Mr. Ken Gerard.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this is a moratorium, if imposed by the council, that would prohibit all of the things the clerk mentioned in the header through May 6th of 2024, at which point we will have a public hearing and a much longer moratorium. You have seen, those of you who have been on council for a minute have seen us do this. But the urgency is basically attempting to emulate on the land use end what we already prohibit on the police power end. We already have a prohibition that basically says unregulated marijuana substitutes are prohibited to be sold, et cetera, used, consumed. But what we want to do now is sort of pivot to the land use, to the zoning, and attempt to make sure that nobody can get a foot in the door with respect to a land use or a retail sales footprint or a business license that does the same thing. I don't have to tell the council, but the Federal Government Hemp Act has allowed the introduction of these hemp-derived products containing sort of a THC mimicker. And they have been now used by the industry to be terribly potent, to the point that they really meaningfully emulate marijuana. And a lot of them are in gummies. They are in packaging sold to kids and children, to the point that it's sort of serendipitous we're having this discussion today. On March 20th of 2024, the state's attorneys generals from multiple states, including Chris Carr from the state of Georgia, asked the federal government to take another look at the farm bill that created this market of hemp products, basically saying, look, you all have put a huge loophole that has basically foisted this industry on states that either don't want it or want to regulate it. So it's very timely that we're looking at this. Again, a prohibition until May 6th. We'll bring back another longer moratorium to you while we think about our zoning code. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions for Ken? Any public comment?
There are none.
Okay, I'll open it for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 24-121.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Cranmer and a second from Councilmember Verhoff to approve agenda item number 24-121. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Will City Clerk please say on the next item?
Item E is approval of a final plat. The development is The Ridge at Sweet Apple, Ebenezer Road. It's land lot 1074, District 2, Section 2. It's a final plat to subdivide the property into 19 single-family lots with 2.84 acres of land dedicated to common area and open space. It's a total of 25.28 acres with a density of 0.75 units per acre. It's agenda item number 24-122. Our land development manager, Ms. Tracy Wilds.
Mayor, Council, the final plat for tonight is The Ridge at Sweet Apple. It is located at the end of Ebenezer Road. In fact, Ebenezer Road terminates into this property. It is the third development from Brightwater Homes in this Sweet Apple area. The original Sweet Apple subdivision is just to the east, and then further east is the Grove at Sweet Apple, which Brightwater has developed. It's just south of Lakapani Preserve, and it is bordered on the south by the city of Roswell. The site plan for this development is across 25.28 acres, proposing 19 single-family detached lots. The proposal is for 2 stormwater ponds, and indicative to the other Brightwater developments, there is an extensive pedestrian network, trail network. This new development would have that trail connection that would allow access to other developments that Brightwater has in that area. Some site photos of the development, a gang mail kiosk,
Street views into the neighborhood, great views, to be honest with you, if you look at the top middle view, and then views of the two stormwater ponds. These are examples of the architecture that are in the adjacent neighborhoods, the Grove and Sweet Apple, and architecture in the Ridge would be similar to this architecture. An applicant from Brightwater Homes, the applicant representative is here tonight, and and I are available for any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Tracy. Any questions for Tracy or the applicant? Okay. Any public comment?
There are none.
Okay, we'll open it for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve agenda item number 24-122.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Verhoff and a second from Councilmember Haney to approve agenda item number 24-122. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Will City Clerk please say on the next item?
Mayor, that next and final item for new business is council discussion of a letter of intent to enter into an agreement for the proposed acquisition of 21.38 acres located at 300 Deerfield Parkway at a purchase price of $8 million. It's agenda item number 24-123. Our city manager, Mr. Stephen Krokoff.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Bringing before you tonight what is an exciting opportunity for us. During our search for active park space, the city has identified a 21.38 acre parcel located at 300 Deerfield Parkway. Given its size and strategic location, our staff believes that this parcel may align with the acquisition criteria outlined in the City of Milton Comprehensive Parks and Recreation Master Plan. It's depicted by the blue circle in the lower right-hand corner. It's situated in the eastern region of our city, which is also at the heart of our most densely populated area. It does present some very minor topographical challenges, but our team is confident that these hurdles are easily manageable. As you can see from this depiction, it's surrounded by commercial property, including Verizon's campus, the former Fry's, Walmart, and some office uses, actually our old city hall. This parcel is zoned T6, which is the highest density in the Deerfield form-based code. I'm going to bring this view, as you can see from on the other side, that right now the parcel, if you're driving along Deerfield Parkway, is fairly treed up. Expanding the view a bit, this slide it provides just a bit of a broader perspective. The closest residential use is around here where I have the cursor. That is across Deerfield and up a bit, and it's the Lake Deerfield neighborhood. Otherwise, this is all commercial. The purchase price in the LOI was stated as $8 million or $374,000 an acre. It's proposed at a due diligence period of 90 days, similar to the last one, the closing date 10 days from the conclusion of due diligence. Should the council express interest in proceeding, our city attorney's office will begin to work with the sellers on drafting a sales contract to bring back before you. Once this is complete, a comprehensive assessment will be undertaken during the due diligence period, alongside soliciting public feedback regarding potential acquisition. That's all I have. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Questions for city manager? Comments? Councilman Jacobus?
The property just to the south of this, have we gotten any more information on that? There's a like triangular piece to the south of it.
Yeah, I think that we'll probably talk about that later. Anything else? Anybody?
No, it's very interesting.
So would the contract come before us on the 22nd?
I don't see why we
Kind of
wouldn't have
plan
that
the
contract
22nd?
ready for you then.
Yeah, I think,
Doable.
I think timing worked out well with us on this. I think this is something, if done right, checks a lot of boxes for us in the Highway 9 area, the active park area. And if development occurs, I think this is going to be a jewel for that area.
Tremendous impact.
So we'll see. Let it go through the process. Any public comment?
There are none.
Okay, we'll open it for a motion.
Make a motion to approve agenda item 24-123.
Second.
Okay, have a motion from Councilmember Cranmer and a second from Councilmember Haney to approve agenda item number 24-123. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Any council reports tonight? Okay. We will now adjourn to executive session to discuss personnel, land acquisition, and potential litigation. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we
Adjourn.
adjourn.
In session.
Thank you for that.
That was, all right, have a motion from Councilmember Cookerly, a second from Councilmember Haney to adjourn into executive session. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. I'll make a motion to reconvene.
Second.
Okay, that was, let me tell Ken, Haney and Jacobus. I'll just do it, Haney and Jacobus. All right, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.